not feeling well. My pet was not feeling well, sir. I had to go for a date. I had to go for a movie. I went to meet my girlfriend. I went to meet my boyfriend. Possible? Yes, sir. No, sir. Yes, sir. Thank you for nodding. Yes. Okay. So you speak, no? Okay, good. So yeah, I do understand it may not be possible to have 100% attendance, but whichever day you have missed, on the same day, I want you to go back home and do what? Or you will already be at home. So what do you have to do? What do you have to do? You have to watch the recording on the same day itself. Recorded backup has been given to you. You make sure that you watch the recording and come back to the next class. I'll give you a simple example as to why this recording becomes important. In accounts, anybody knows the accounting procedure? If you don't know, don't worry, I will teach you shortly. But if you know, can you tell me what is the accounting procedure? In accounts, what's the first step that we take? Whenever there is a transaction, what's the first thing that we record in accounts? You record a journal entry. On the basis of journal, what will you prepare? You're going to prepare ledgers. On the basis of ledgers, what will you prepare? You're going to prepare a trial balance. Science students, don't worry, this is Greek and Latin for you. Very soon you'll understand what are these three words. Now, beta, imagine if you don't know to do journal entries, will you be able to do ledger? No. If you don't know how to prepare, how to post a ledger, will you be able to do trial balance? No, sir. So if you miss one day's class, on the next day, it is going to be challenging for you. I'm not saying you will not understand fully, but you will miss across certain concepts. So by chance you miss any class, please make sure to watch the recording. Artha hai to everybody, yes or no? Having said this, I am also saying that the recording is not for the purpose of watching when you are absent. What is the purpose of giving you the recordings? What is the purpose of giving you the recordings? Revision. The purpose of giving you these recordings is revision during the exam. You are going to write somewhere in September. After July, what you will remember? Will you remember the words that I am saying now? You will not remember my face also. So after July is when you need to refer those recordings. Please come in quickly, settle down. After July is when you need to please close the door. Thank you. After July is when you need to refer those recordings just for revision purpose. That recording is not a purpose to attend the class. The recording is only given as a backup to revise. Everybody able to follow, yes or no? So when I say attendance, I actually mean 100% attendance. In case you have missed something, make sure that it becomes 100% by watching the recording. Artha hai to everybody, yes or no? The first rule has a sub rule along with it. Along with attendance comes punctuality. Punctuality meaning to say accounts class will start at 7:30 every day. And like I said, my class, my rules, each faculty may have a certain different timing, 7:15, 7:45, 7:30. My class starts at 7:30 every day, including Sunday. Yes, sir. Every day my class starts at 7:30. 7:40, the door closes over there. If you're coming after 7:40, no, don't come. Run and come on the way so that you reach by 7:39. When I said first rule is attendance, that means you have to be present in class. And when I say you have to be present in class, you have to be present by 7:30 itself. First rule easy to follow. What is first rule? Attendance with the punctuality. 7:30 when I said we take the class, we will have a break in between. I will announce the timings of the break shortly. The break will generally be for half an hour or 40 minutes, and then you will go have breakfast and come back, and then we continue for the second session. Maybe I will give you one more break during the second session as well for approximately 15 minutes. Again, you can go and come back, and then we'll have a third session. This is the plan as of now. Timings of the break I will announce. The first break will be for half an hour to 40 minutes. The second break will be for 15 minutes. That's the plan as of now. Everybody comfortable with this plan? Okay. Coming down to the second rule, I want you all to carry stationery. What do you mean by stationery? Pencil, scale, eraser, pen. Okay, very good, very important, calculator. How many of you come to class without a calculator? Okay, raise. It's okay, raise. Little properly. So these are all people who are called as Google people, according to me. So coming to accounts class without a calculator, please understand we are not going to test your mathematical skills over here. If I ask you 1 plus 1, what will you answer? 2. No. You will take your calculator, do 1 plus 1, and then you will answer. Check what comes. Check. All of you, take calculator. Try 1 plus 1. Very good. Very nice. All of the calculators are in the bag, coming out slowly. 1 plus 1. Did you try the calculator and then tell? Yes, sir. Any calculation that we are doing, I want you to use the calculator and tell me. I am not checking your mathematical skills. I want you to use the calculator. I have seen many students fail because they did not use the calculator. 100 into 5% is 5. We all know that. But in the exam, 100 into 5%, many students by mistake write it as 50 or write it as 25. It's not a thing that they don't know, but it's a clerical error, it's a human error made in the exam. Because of this clerical error, do not lose out few months, do not lose out 4 to 6 months. Use the calculator, write the answer, what comes to you. So when I say stationery, you will also carry, along with all your pencil, pen, scale, eraser, sharpener, calculator, you will also carry your notebook. Please keep a separate notebook for accounts. How many of you have a 4 subject notebook in one book? In PUC, you might have maintained, no? Very nice. 4 subjects in one book. That will not be possible. I want you to keep a separate notebook for accounts. How many pages to keep, sir? That is completely left up to you. I would suggest to keep 200 pages. When that gets over, buy another book, continue another 200 pages. If you have kept a 400 page book also, no problem, but I don't recommend 400 page because it becomes very heavy to carry. So you carry one to one. Already that textbook is there, which is quite heavy. So you carry a 200 page notebook, that should be sufficient. Second rule, easy, not easy. What is first rule? Attendance with punctuality. Second rule, carry all stationery. And along with that stationery also, I'm adding one more sub rule. I want you to write page number on your notebook. Why are you going to write page number on your notebook, sir? If you come down to your Yeshas material, look at any question given to you. You can come down to page number 90. You can come down to page number 90, 91. So in page number 90, 91, you can see that there are four to 5 questions given over here. Whenever we make an attempt to any question, near the question you are going to write answer on page number dash. Again, when we come to illustration 5, you will again write near that answer on page number dash. Again, when we come to 6, you will say answer on page number dash. Similarly, in your notebook, whenever we are solving, for every solution, you will say solution to question number 2, page number dash. In your answer material, you are giving page number of the question, and in your question booklet, you are giving page number of the answer. Why is this rule important, sir? Because Dhanush sir does not do the questions in line. I might do first question number 1, then I might go to question number 15, then I might come back to question number 9, then I might go to question number 5. I will not be doing the questions in order. So while revising, if you want to find where is a particular solution, it is not easy to search 500 pages of notes. Please have a reference so that you can directly go to that concept and revise. Artha aayitu everybody, yes or no? Anybody from non-Kannada background? So if I say Artha aayitu, it means did you understand? Did you understand, everyone? Artha aayitu? That had a better response. Did you understand? Arthamainda? Okay. Samajh mein aaya? Very good. Okay. Coming back to the rules of class. First rule, attendance with punctuality. Second rule, stationery with page number. Third rule will be the method of taking class. Listen to the method of taking class. Which one do you want? You let me know. I'll give you 2 options. Listen to the 2 options carefully. Method number 1, I will dictate all the notes. I will solve all the questions. You will copy. Method number 1, I will dictate all the notes. I will solve all the questions. You will copy. Method number 2, I'll introduce a particular topic. You will tell me what you know about the topic. We'll have a discussion about the topic. Whatever questions I'm giving, I will give you 30 seconds, 1 minute, 2 minutes to try to attempt that question, and then I will solve that question, and then you can follow and copy. I'll repeat. First method, I dictate all the notes, I solve all the questions, you copy. Second method, you involve along with me, you try to explain the concept before me, you try to solve the questions before me, and then of course I do it on the board after you. You prefer, how many of you prefer the first method? How many of you prefer the second method? So if you are all preferring the second method, the last 20 minutes what you have sat in class will not be possible. Like how you have sat in the last 20 minutes will not be possible. Because if you want the second method, I want you people to talk a little bit more. I'm getting a very less response for a yes sir, no sir. But if you want the second method, that means you have to start talking to me. And only when you talk to me, the second method will be possible. Otherwise, automatically it will become that I am dictating and that you are writing. So of course, the second rule that I'm going to say is interaction. Be as interactive as possible in the class. Have any point to discuss, feel free to reach out. Just raise your hand and start speaking, no problem. And any doubt that you have, please feel free to reach out. If you are feeling shy, do not worry. I will be available after the class hours in this building itself. You can reach out to me. I'll be anywhere in this building in any of the floors. After class also, I'm available to reach out for doubts. Can we reach out for doubts on Telegram? How many of you have been added into the Telegram group? So can we reach out on Telegram for doubts? I would recommend not to reach on Telegram. Then where to reach out, sir? Can we reach out on Instagram? Instagram, please follow CA Dhanush sir, but don't ask doubts over there. That Instagram is only for forwarding reels, memes, tagging everywhere, commenting, etc. So if you have doubts where to reach, sir, reach me on WhatsApp for the fastest reply. This is my number. I've left it incomplete over there for a particular reason. I'm giving this number for clearing doubts and no any other purpose. Artha aita? Artha aita? Last batch when I gave the number, I got 100 OTPs on my number and from random websites. I don't want random websites registration to be done on this number. So this number, the fastest response will be on WhatsApp. I'm not saying that you don't ask on Instagram or Telegram, but it's very slow that I go to Instagram, Telegram and reply. WhatsApp will be the fastest reply for you guys. That is why I prefer WhatsApp. That's it. There's no any other particular reason. Please tell him. Okay. Coming down to the fourth rule. Fourth rule, most important. What is it? First rule, attendance. Second rule, stationery. Third rule, a backbenches. Little you have to speak. Okay. So, what is the third rule? Interaction. What's the fourth rule? What's the fourth rule? You can add any rules that you feel necessary. Tell me, what's the fourth rule? Fourth rule, most important, no disturbance in my class. No using phone, no walking around, no chit chatting. Something related to the syllabus, most welcome to discuss, but don't discuss what happened yesterday night. Don't discuss Chitrana Puliogre recipe. Chitrana Puliogre, I hope non-Kannadigas understand. Don't discuss recipe of any palau that you're making. Don't discuss your post-class plans in the classroom. I want to propose this girl today, discuss outside the class. I want to go for a movie today, discuss outside the class. I'm getting a phone call, I want to give OTP for delivery, not during the class hours. In the class hours, no disturbance. If you're sitting in class, that means, like you all said, you are voluntarily sitting for CA classes. So try to sit professionally, try to sit for the exam. Simple 4 rules, will you be able to follow? Yes or no, sir? Any other rule that you like to add on? These are my rules, that's it. Any other rule that you would like to add on? Okay, fifth rule, not a rule, but just a general statement that I give in class. Sir, can we eat in classroom? How many of you have a habit of eating a chocolate or a chewing gum or maybe chocolate, mixture, biscuit? I'll repeat. How many of you have a habit? Are you raise hand? I'll not shout at you, don't worry. See, slowly they are raising everyone. So if you eat in class, then give me also. Simple rule. Okay, it doesn't mean that you sit and eat your lunchbox in the class. If somebody is coming, from very far away and is not feeling well, you want to just eat something, you're most welcome to do so. Do not disturb, like I said, don't disturb anybody else. Okay, simple 4 rules. Can we go ahead with today's part of the syllabus then? Yes, sir. You can come down to your index. I want you to look at the index. I will divide your entire syllabus into different colors like visible on the screen. Give me a minute. You all have the material with you? Okay. Online students, please check if it is clear. Okay, so let's look at the syllabus on the board. Chapter 1 is divided into 7 units. I'm marking those 7 units in yellow color on the screen. These 7 units together are called as theoretical framework. The 7 units together are called as theoretical framework, and they come for an approximate of 5 to 10 marks. I've also given you the weightage on the screen. So will we be doing theory first? Yes, almost 2 to 3 days of your accounts class. The first 3 days is going to be completely theory. The theory is very boring, sir. I understand the theory is very boring, but I have to do theory so that the students who do not know commerce understand what is asset, what is liability, why we are doing accounting, what is accounting, and only then we can proceed to do accounts. So the first 3 days are going to be theoretical framework, which is completely theory. Does theory come in the exam, sir? Yes, theory can come not only from the first chapter, but from anywhere in the entire syllabus in the exam. What is the weightage of theory in the exam? Yes, approximately 20 to 25 marks of your paper is going to be theory in accounts. In that, 12 marks is true or false. They will give you 6 statements. You need to answer true or false along with the reason. Even if the statement is true, you need to give an explanation as to why it is true. Everybody able to follow the first part? The first part, which I have marked in yellow color, is just for theory purpose. The second part, you can all read. Unit 1. Read. Pause. Gone to school? Yes, sir. Know how to read? Yes, sir. So all of you will read together. Chapter 2, Unit 1. Everybody did not read. So once again, first in the chapter 2, Unit 1. This boy still did not read. So again, first in the. Okay, so when I ask you to read, this is how you all will read together. I don't want it to look like a fish market where anybody is reading anything. All of you will try to read together. Second unit, ledgers. Third one, trial balance. 4, 5, 6. All these chapters you might have studied in your first POC. Continue. Chapter 3, chapter 4, chapter 5. Whatever I'm marking in green color is something that you have or might have studied in your first PUC. Whatever I'm marking in blue color, you know about these topics, but you did not study in detail. Maybe you just touched upon the topic in your first or second PUC. Inventory means goods, inventory means stock. You might have touched upon what is stock, what is the treatment of stock, depreciation. What is depreciation? Decrease in the value of the assets is not depreciation. It's okay. We'll come to it under chapter 5. It's okay. I know. You studied 2 years decrease in the value, reduction in the value of an asset due to wear and tear, obsolescence. That is not depreciation. It's okay. We'll come to depreciation when time comes. Okay. So continuing, chapter 6, bills of exchange and promissory notes. Studied or not studied? I don't know because this was there in PUC syllabus. Then I think they removed it from the syllabus. So not studied. Okay. As of now, I'll put it in blue color then. After that, continue. What do we have? Final accounts of non-manufacturing entities, final accounts of manufacturing entities, something that you've already prepared, trading account, profit and loss account, balance sheet, final accounts of a sole proprietor. Continue. Final accounts or financial statements for non-profit organizations. Was this there in the syllabus? No, sir. Some students say yes, some students say no, because this chapter was removed in the middle of the year. So in some colleges they had done the chapter, in some colleges they had not done the chapter. In the middle of the year, the chapter was removed. So some of you may know it, some of you may not know it. Let's continue. Accounting from incomplete records. Do you have single entry system? In your second PUC, you might have had a chapter called as single entry system, that is accounting from incomplete records. Continue. Chapter 10, Introduction to Partnership Accounts, treatment of goodwill in partnership, admission, retirement, death of a partner, dissolution of partnership firms. Whatever and LLPs, whatever I'm marking in pink color is what? Something that you have studied in second PUC. Continue chapter 11, Introduction to Company Accounts, issue, forfeiture, reissue of shares. What is issue, forfeiture, reissue of shares? Company application money, allotment money, first call, final call, calls in arrears, calls in advance, all these things are there in your issue. Forfeiture, reissue, issue of debentures. All this studied in your second PUC. Along with that, you also have bonus and right issue, redemption of preference shares, redemption of debentures. So I've just read the index and I've divided this into different colors. So just by looking at the colors, you should be able to understand that most of it is something that you have already studied. The yellow color part is an introduction theory. The green color part is something that was part of your first PUC syllabus. The pink color part is something that was part of your second PUC syllabus. And the blue color part is something that you may know, may not know. Let me consider it to be new for you. But if the syllabus is the same as your PUC, what should be your target in the exam? Similar to what you scored in PUC. Agree, yes or no? Once again, if the syllabus is same as what you learned in PUC, what should be your target in the exam? Similar to what you scored in PUC. So how many of you in accounts plan to score 100 in CA Foundation? Very good. How many of you plan to score 95 plus? How many of you plan to score 90 plus? Okay, my dear boy in white shirt over here. Yeah, what's your name, dear? Akash. Akash, what was your score? What was your plan? 95 plus, he raised his hand. Then I asked, how many of you 90 plus? 90 plus, 95 plus, same, no. No, you suppose you scored 96. That means 95 plus also, 90 plus also. You didn't put your hand down. You put your hand down. I'm saying you should not put your hand down. Once again, first in the, how many of you plan to score 100? Keep your hands raised. How many of you plan to score 95 plus? No, but 100 means 95 plus only. So that hand should be raised itself. How many of you continue 90 plus? Two more hands came up. How many of you continue 80 plus? How many of you continue 70 plus? How many of you continue 60 plus? Akka, target idea ilva? How many? Okay, 60 plus. How many of you continue 50 plus? How many of you continue 40 plus? 40 is passing mark. At least, okay, hands down. Now, beta, okay, whenever I ask a question, see, I'm giving you a very random example, but let's take it up. I want all the boys in class to clap. There's going to be a single clap from all the boys now. All the girls, please clap once. Again, I don't want to hear multiple claps. I want to hear just one clap. All the boys, all the girls. Okay. So you understand which category you belong to without any offense to any other gender. When I give you some options, you have to choose one option. Either you are a boy or you are a girl. If you don't choose an option, that means other genders are to be assumed. So when I ask what is your plan score, you have to choose one option. Kitna madam? Kitna? Bolo bolo. Ah, then 100 then you should have raised no first only. 40 plus. Okay. So how many of you planning, in that range of 40 to 50? We have 3-4 students in class. Okay. Please do not aim for 40 to 50. Like I said, it's science student. Then everything is same only, no? Then why is it? Oh, 40 plus means that means 80 also it can be, sir. Oh, very nice. Smart girl. Okay. So, like I said, when the syllabus is the same as your PUC, do not target somewhere around 40, 50. You are all capable of scoring 90, 100. Make sure to score 90, 100 in your foundation as well. So, what's the benefit of scoring well? What's the benefit of scoring well? Previously, one previously used to get All India rank, but All India rank concept has been removed from foundation. You only have All India rank at inter and final. Of course, you can plan All India rank at inter level, but at foundation that rank concept has been removed. But okay, if there is no rank, what else can it help for? It can help for an aggregate. You need to score 50% overall. Some subject might be there which you don't like. I don't know which subject is that. I am not saying law is not nice, maths is not nice, accounts is not nice. I don't know. Some subject will be there which you don't like. That subject you may score little less. Your overall score has to be 50% and above. Whichever subject you like will help you to score that 50% and above. Hopefully it is accounts for you people. Artha hai to everybody? Okay. Syllabus is same. Try to score the same in the exam. Chalo. Let's go ahead to the next part of class. I'm going to give you multiple activities that I want you to do from home so that it will be helpful for you during the exam. One such activity that I already gave you is what? One such activity that I have already given you on screen is what? Watch the recording whenever you are absent. Second one, carry stationery to the class, but not the stationery. Which stationery I mentioned? Page number, calculator, page number. Have a page number reference so that whatever you are writing, you don't have to search during your revision. Directly, if you want to know solution to question number 5, you do not have to search 100 pages. See question number 5, answer page number, and go and refer that material. Artha aagta hai there? So when I say something in class, half of you might have not heard it. So I want you to listen to whatever I am saying and also try to, do that particular activity. Because many students say that they will write page number, but in the batch, I see 30% of the students would not have written the page number. This is a small activity that I'm giving. Like this, I will give you multiple activities. Everybody will say, yes, sir, I'm going to do it. But when actually it comes to do the activity, hardly 20% of the students might have done it. Can I give you the activity, yes or no? Will you do the activity, yes or no? Once again, can I give you the activity? Yes. Will you do it? Let us see. Okay. So activity number 1 will start today itself. I want you all to send me a message. You all have my number? Okay. So how many of you have the number? How many of you don't have? Don't have, please ask your friend. So I want you to send me a message. What will you write in that message? Hello, very good. First you say hello. Then below hello you will say I am dash dash. You are not dash dash. But you will say I am dash. That means your name. Don't say dash dash. Just say your name over there. Belonging to batch dash. You are all which batch? You are all Jayanagar September 2025 batch. There is one batch in Shishadripuram also. So you are all Jayanagar September 25 batch. First in the, what you will write in the message? Hi, hello. Then dash dash means name. Third one, batch. And then you will send me that today was day 1 of class. My target in accounts is dash. You will send me whatever is your target. The same message, that's it. Message is that much only. This same message, I want you to send me 4 to 5 times. When are those 4 to 5 times? The first time is today. That is the first day of the class. The second time will be on the last day of accounts class. Today is the first day. Before attending the syllabus, based on the introduction given, you will say, my target in accounts is dash. On the last day of the class, you will say, my target in accounts is dash. There could be two possibilities. You are a student where you thought that you will, achieve 50 or 60 marks, but you attended the class, you understood everything very well. So by the end of the class, you may say, I want to score 70 or 80. Or it may be the opposite. First day you told, sir, I'll score 90 plus. Then you attended class, you were like, Ayo, this is not my cup of tea. I might score little lesser. You might say 60 somewhere. No problem. Whatever is your feeling, you message me that particular number. When will you message me? First time? Second time? The last day of the accounts class. Third time? Third time, when doing your revision or during marathon class. Marathon is revision conducted by Yeshas Academy as a part of the course. You will all be having marathon revision as well. Or during your mock test papers. Yeshas Academy will conduct mock test paper. During that time, you can tell me what is your target. That is after the classes, but before your exams. Either during the marathon stage or during your mock test paper stage. Once you have completed your revision, you will tell me what is your target. Then, fifth time, when are you going to send me this message? Fifth time is on the day of the exam. Sir, I wrote the exam and came, and now this is my expectation from the exam. Then finally, you will send me this message one more time on the result day. So 5 times I wanted to send me this message, and I really hope that this graph goes upward. I hope it does not go downward. That is, if you are planning today 100, till the end let it be 100 itself, or if you're planning 90 plus, till the end let it be 90 plus itself. Let it not go downward, let it be an upward graph. So why is this going to be important? Whatever activity I give you, there is a relevance to that particular activity. What was the activity? What was the relevance of page number? If you want to revise something, it's easier to directly go to that concept. What is the relevance of this message? Just to judge yourself whether you are improving towards your course or whether your graph is going downward. If you are improving, very good, you are at a good stage. But if your graph is going downward, then I want you to check where you are going wrong. I want you to come talk to the faculties, see what you can do to change the graph go upward. Everybody, yes or no? This itself, you only can get to know whether you're going upward or downward. So there is no need for faculties to come and judge you. You yourself can judge yourself, and if you need any help, come and talk to us. Artha to everybody, yes or no? Okay. Going ahead, next, by now you would have seen that there are 2 pages or 2 types of boards where I write the notes. Can you tell me what are those 2 types of pages? Very good. One you can see on the board, which is a unruled page, and one you can see which is a ruled page. Whatever notes I write, whatever solutions I write will be on the ruled paper. Whatever explanation I do, that will be on the unruled paper. Whatever I am writing on the ruled paper should be there in your notebook. Whatever I am writing on the unruled paper may or may not be there. If you feel this explanation is necessary, you write it down. But if you feel it is not necessary, then it's okay if you don't write it. Whatever is there in ruled paper will be there in your notebook. Whatever is there in unruled paper, may or may not write it. It's just an explanation to what I am talking about. Everybody clear? Good to go? Okay. While writing on the board, I use multiple colors. Mostly, I will be using black for drawing lines wherever required. In blue will be the main answer. Any other color is a calculation to what I have done or an explanation which may be required for you while learning. In the exam, whatever I've written in blue color should compulsory be there as a part of the answer. Example, if I'm writing over here, this is my account. What is an account? I'll come to it from science background students. Anything on the debit side, I start by writing the word. You have in your ledger left side called as debit, right side called as credit. This is a ledger account. On the debit side, I start by writing the word to. On the credit side, I start by writing the word by. Suppose I'm recording something over there and then I needed to make a calculation. X into 5% is equal to Y. On the debit side, I'm saying A into 10% is equal to B. That number Y and that number B was not given in the question. I had to make some calculation to get that number. So I will write the calculation in another color. You may or may not write it in the exam, is what I'm trying to say. Whatever is there in blue color is the main answer. Whatever I'm writing in another color is an explanation to the main answer. Artha aita everybody, yes or no? Okay. So this is the pattern of me taking class. If you have any doubt, if you have any point that you want me to change, you can let me know. Otherwise, we proceed. Shall we proceed? Relax for 30 seconds, then we go ahead. Mr. Kushal, Anushka, Ruchita, no using phones in class. Google people. Who are these people? Kushal, Anushka, a girl, Anushka, Ruchita, no using phone in class. All three Kala people sitting together. Hi Ramesh, hi Jaya. Good to see you, online students. Online students, please continuously chat on the chat box. Continuously involve yourself on the chat box. That's the only way where you can reach out to the faculties. Please become most comfortable to use the chat box. Okay, chalo, write down everyone. Chapter 1, Unit 1, Meaning and Scope of Accounting. Meaning and Scope of Accounting. Meaning and Scope of Accounting. Chapter 1, Unit 1, Meaning and Scope of Accounting. Below that, first paragraph, Meaning of Accounting. Meaning of Accounting. Take 10 seconds. Any of you, if you can share with me meaning of accounting, I'll be really happy. Take 10 seconds, think about it, and anybody can give me an answer. Anybody has an answer, you can raise your hand. During the first few days, if anybody is answering, I want you to give me your name and then answer. If you ask any of your seniors, generally I prefer to know the name of everybody in class. Let us start. Somebody is ready to answer over there. Yes, dear. Priti. Okay. Now, when you give me your name, I generally for sure remember the first letter of the name. After I remember the first letter, that face can be called as Riti, Ramesh, or Rutika, or anything from that first letter. I generally for sure remember the first letter, but I may or may not remember the full name. Whenever you're answering, try to tell me your name so that I familiarize yourself from the class. Yes, Riti, please continue. No, Ramesh. Anything else is okay for you. Okay, ma. Ram. Accounting gives the process of identifying, summarizing, generalizing. Accounting gives the process of identifying, summarizing, generalizing, 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 identif
specializing in writing down the journal from journal to lecture.
Equally good. First you think 10 seconds. You frame the answer in your mind. Then you tell. Think once again. Anybody else? No, no. Okay. Okay. Anybody else? Okay. Ready once again? That's right. That's right. Take 10 seconds. Take 30 seconds. Frame the answer. Then give. Yeah, please go ahead. Yeah. Name? Haripriya. Accounting is the art of recording, classifying, summarizing in a significant manner. And in terms of money and transactions, which are of financial character. Very good. Okay, nice, Haripriya. Riddhi, once again. Pashtika, in your own words.
The process of identifying, classifying, transferring, summarizing, accounting transactions.
Very good. Okay, thank you. Okay, so how we go ahead in class is the person who answers generally chooses the next person who is going to answer. And whenever you are choosing the next person, it will always be of the opposite gender. Please note you are only choosing the person to answer the next question and not for any other purpose. Artha Aita? Yes, Riddhi. Who is the next person? I know you don't know your classmates yet. You can point out or you can give me the name if you know. Yeah, it's okay. Which shirt? You can just identify white color shirt guy. Yes, dear. What's your name?
Myself, Ronak sir.
Ronak. Hi, Ronak. So you can tell me what is accounting? You don't know. You're a commerce student. 2 years you did accounting. Very nice. No, very nice that you don't know accounting. I'm very happy. I'll teach you accounting. Don't worry. One simple answer.
Accounting is writing journal entries, writing ledger, trial balance and handling balance.
Very good. Accounting is doing journal entry, doing ledger, doing trial balance, and then making your balance sheet. Very nice. Thank you, Ronak. Ronak, next person. She means black shirt. Yes. Born to be awesome. Madam, name? Saksham. Saksham Jain. Yes.
Way of recording transaction
Okay.
is involved in business.
Okay.
That is purchase, sale.
Okay. Okay. Thank you. Okay, so many of you know what is accounts. Let me give you the introduction to what is accounts. Let me give you the paragraph, and then of course we'll go ahead to discuss it. Right now, according to according to the American Institute, according to the American Institute of Certified Public Accountants, according to the American Institute of Certified Public Accountants, in bracket AICPA, according to the Accounting Institute of Certified Public Accountants, in bracket AICPA, comma, accounting is the art of recording, comma, classifying and summarizing accounting is the art of recording, classifying and summarizing in a significant manner and in terms of money comma, transactions and events, transactions and events which are at least which are at least in part which are at least in part of financial character, which are at least in part of financial character and and interpreting the results thereof and interpreting the results thereof. Okay, you will all read what you have written. Meaning of accounting. According to American Institute of Certified Public Accountants, accounting is the art of recording, classifying, summarizing in a significant manner and in terms of money, transactions and events which are at least in part of financial character and interpreting the results thereof. Whatever I have written, let me try to explain. Riddhi, Ronak, Haripriya, Saksham, please stand. Okay. Now let's take these four as an example. You get pocket money. I'm talking to these four. You will answer loudly. You get pocket money? Yes, sir. How much pocket money you get? How much pocket money you get? He gets 500 rupees per day, per year. Okay. So let me take an assumption that you get rupees 10,000 pocket money per month. I want you four to tell me where you are going to spend this 10,000 rupees. Anybody, any of you can tell me where will you start it? Yes, dear.
Around 1,000 on travel.
Okay, so she says she is going to come by. How do you come? Scooter. So she will have fuel, petrol charges approximately 1,000. Okay, Ronak, pura. I'll come back to you. Saksham. Oh my God, I thought it would be easier for girls to decide. Haripriya. Stationery. Good girl. Stationery kitna, madam? 500 rupees worth of stationery. Okay, I'll come back to you. You thought something? Clothes. Okay, she buys clothes, which I can also say as shopping. Ronak may not buy clothes. What you will buy, man? No, you might buy something else like shoes or. Huh. Not that you don't wear clothes. I said you will not go buy clothes. Saksham, yeah, kitna beta? Let me keep 2,000 rupees. Okay. What else, Ronak? He said games. Let me not call it as games, but maybe movies, maybe some entertainment. You go for go-karting, go for bowling, you go for movies. Okay, so at least some kind of entertainment. Thanko, 1,000 rupees. Okay. Riddhi, what else? Food, very nice. So for food, she spends how much? Okay, another 1,000 rupees. You're forgetting important activities. You're forgetting important activities. Where else will you guys spend money if you get pocket money? Very good, very important for survival. Mobile recharge. Mobile recharge, kitna? 500. Then you're forgetting more important things. Beta, do some kind of savings. If not savings, try to invest somewhere. Let me keep rupees 2,000. What else? What else? What else? Auto, bus, 1,000. There I put it as petrol, that's why. And that's why here I put it as auto. What else? Where else will you spend money? Rent. You will spend, how many of you pay rent? So small children you are, you stay with parents only, I'm assuming, other than those who stay in PG. Okay. Those who stay in PG obviously will get more than 10,000 rupees. Rent is not possible in 10,000. Where else do you spend money? Okay, check the total. Quickly check the total. Yes, dear Ramesh, classes are running in Yeshas Academy. You can join an offline class as well. 9,000 exactly. Where else? Where else you spent? Kitna money you had got? You had got 10,000 rupees. So balance 1,000. I'm calling it as miscellaneous expense. Why miscellaneous expense? That is gift for girlfriend. You cannot write over there. Okay. So what we are doing is, you went to your papa and asked, thank you, sit down. You went to your papa and asked, Papa, now I'm a CA student. I'm a professional student now. I require pocket money to run my life. Papa will say, okay, you're no more in college, you're a CA student now. Take, I'll give you 10,000 rupees per month. He's given you 10,000 rupees for the month of April. After the month of April, in the month of May, what are you going to do? In the month of May, what you're going to do? Again, you will go to Papa and what will you say? Papa, April over, 10,000 rupees over. Again, give me 10,000 rupees. What Papa will say? I'll give you 10,000, but first tell me where you spent the 10,000 which I gave you in April. Like this, you will make a list of all the items that you have spent. That last 10,000, that last 1,000 was? That last 1,000 was girlfriend gift. You couldn't write that in the paper, that's why you wrote it as miscellaneous expenses. So like this, you are making a record of all transactions, which gives you the first step. According to AICPA, accounting is the art of, what is it saying over there? Recording. What do we do in recording stage? We're trying to have a record of all the transactions that took place in the business. Everybody able to follow, yes or no? Yes, sir. Next month, May month will come. What will you write in that particular record? You would have written, instead of food, imagine if you write noodles 100, samosa 50, biryani कितना? Biryani 100 में नहीं आता बेटा, 300 में भी नहीं आता है. Okay, so like this, if you are giving a list to Papa every month, what will he say? I don't want such a big list. Instead of this, can you give me a smaller list? Now let us try to make this list into a smaller way. Can I identify certain items which are of similar nature? Fuel and petrol is similar to what? Fuel and petrol is similar to your transportation. Okay. What else is similar? Stationery necessary for life, can I say, is similar to your mobile recharge? Yeah, and maybe even food. Yes, sir. Clothes shopping can go under which category? Clothes shopping, entertainment can go together. Yes or no, sir? Yes, sir. Below that, we have savings, which will go separately. Then we have miscellaneous expense, which can go separately. What I have done on the board is called as what? What I have done on the board is called as classification. What are we doing under classification, sir? We are identifying items of similar nature. We are identifying items of similar nature and we are grouping them together. That is called as classification. In accounting, what is the first step? Recording. Under recording, what do? We just make a record of whatever is happening in the business. Under the second stage, what is it called? Classifying. What are we doing under the classification stage? Items of similar nature are grouped together and will be posted. Where do we record transactions? We record transactions in a place called as journal. Where do we classify transactions? We classify whatever has already been recorded in the journal and then we transfer it to ledger. Example, all the transactions of cash will be classified together and will be posted to cash account. All the transactions of rent will be classified together and be posted to rent account. All the transactions of loan will be classified together and posted to loan account. All the transactions of machinery will be grouped together and posted to machinery account. First in the accounting is the art of recording transactions in a journal. Second step, classifying. You're grouping the entries of similar nature and you're posting them into ledgers. Artha everybody, yes or no? After that, we have summarizing. What is summarizing, sir? Summarizing is presenting a summary. So now tell me, in this summary, what do we have? So I'm not sure if it is visible on the board, but if I keep it like this, will you be able to see? Will you be able to see what is there? More or less, you will be able to follow at least. Okay. So tell me, what was the total for travel or transport? 1,000 rupees of fuel and auto bus 1,000. Kitna? 2,000. What was the total for necessities? Travel was marked in green color. Necessities are marked in blue color. Kitna? Mobile recharge and food and stationery also 2,000. What was in pink color? Let me call it as luxury. Your clothes, your games, your entertainment. Kitna? 3,000. After that, we had savings of approximately 2,000 and we had miscellaneous items of 1,000. What is this called as? Summarizing. Whatever you have classified in a ledger, you will summarize to prepare something called as a trial balance. Everybody able to follow the first three words? Accounting is the art of recording, classifying, and summarizing. Everybody able to follow? Okay. We continue ahead over there. What is the next paragraph or the next phrase saying? In a significant manner. What do you mean by significant manner? Can I present accounts like what I have done on the board? No, sir. You have to present in an orderly manner. You need to use the formats prescribed as per the industry. Everybody able to follow? Okay, I'll show you what those formats are. Next, they are saying, and in terms of money. What do you mean by this phrase, in terms of money?
Monetary.
Only monetary transactions. What do you mean by monetary transactions? Transactions which can be measured in terms of money. Okay, let me give you an example. I am making accounts of Reliance Industries. In the accounts of Reliance, anybody has seen accounts of Reliance? Even I have not seen. But let me assume that they have certain plant and machinery. What would be the worth of plant and machinery in Reliance Industries? I don't know. Give some random number. So I heard 1,400 crores. Okay, whatever number we are writing, it's a random number that we are writing. They have furniture fixture. Kitna? 800 crores. Along with this, let me say they have a loan. Kitna? 500 crores. They have land and building. Kitna? 5,000 crores. Like this, you're making, like this, you're preparing the accounts of Reliance Industries. In this accounts, can I record over there Mr. Mukesh Ambani? Who is Mukesh Ambani? Owner of Reliance Industries. Can I record Mr. Mukesh Ambani in the books and write over there 1 rupee? Okay, madam. If not 1 rupee, can I write over there 1,000 rupees? No. 1,000 crore rupees? No. Why no? Why no? Mukesh Ambani cannot be measured in terms of money. In accounts, what do we record? Only those transactions which can be measured in terms of money. First in the accounting is the art of recording, classifying, summarizing. Recording where? In a journal, classifying them into ledgers, summarizing to prepare trial balance in a significant manner. Significant manner means orderly manner. Terms of money, only those transactions which are measurable in terms of money. Something that you cannot measure in terms of money, can we record in the business? No, sir. Example, can we record employee in the business? No, sir. But can we record salary paid to employee? Yes. Can we record honesty of the employee? No, sir. Loyalty of the employee? No, sir. Death of the employee? No, sir. Loyalty of the employee, honesty of the employee, death of the employee. Does it affect the business? Yes, it affects the business. But can we record that in our accounts? No. Why no? Because it cannot be measured in terms of money. Artha agta hai everybody, yes or no? Transactions and events. I'll come back to this phrase transactions and events. Let us read further, which are at least in part of financial character. What do you mean by this word financial character? What do you mean by this word financial character? I'll give you an example on the board. You all have become not CAs for now. You all have become income tax officer. You're all income tax officers and you're trying to assess the income of Dhanush sir. How many of you have done this activity? Assessing or trying to judge the income of your teachers. Done this activity, yes or no? As a student, 100% even I would have done. Try to judge the income of Dhanush sir. What is my income? I'm a teacher. So what is my income? What is my main source of income? My income is going to be, let me say, fees from students. I'm taking an assumption that in one batch I received fees of rupees 10 lakhs. How much is my income? 10 lakhs. But to run this batch, I am also going to have certain expenses. Can you tell me what expenses will I have to run a coaching academy? I will have rent, then I will have electricity, then I will have furniture. Okay, as of now I'm writing furniture, but those of you who know accounts, furniture is an asset, it is not an expense. Don't worry, I'll explain to you the difference. Okay, I will have furniture cost. What else are the other expenses I may have? I may have stationery expenses. I may have printing or material expenses. Material means your books, etc. Let me assume all these expenses came down to be 4 lakh rupees. What was my total income? What was that income? What did I collect? Fees from students I have collected rupees 10 lakh. After that, what money have I spent? I've spent money towards rent, electricity, maintenance, furniture, stationery, printing material, 4 lakh. What is remaining with me? What is that remaining 6 lakh called as? That remaining 6 lakh is called as profit. How did you calculate profit? How did you calculate profit? Income minus expense gave you profit in my example, which is how much? 6 lakh. You people were what? You people were income tax officers. Income tax officers, if I say the tax rate is 30%, let me assume that there's a flat rate of 30% tax, what would be the tax that Dhanush sir has to pay? Calculate and tell me. Gobe people, 18 lakhs under. Our profit is only 6 lakh, 18 lakh of tax. And that is why I say use calculator. Take your calculator. 6 lakh into 30% is not 18 lakhs. It is 1 lakh 80,000. Oita, one attempt oito for that person who told me 18 lakhs. Okay, so it is 1 lakh 80,000. Everybody got to know that the tax of Dhanush sir is 1 lakh 80,000. Now, what I will tell the income tax officer, sir, my profit is not 6 lakh. From this profit of 6 lakh, I will again deduct gift for my wife. I buy a diamond ring for my wife, which is costing 2 lakh rupees. Wife likes jewelry, so I have to give her a gift. So I buy a diamond ring for my wife, which is costing 2 lakh rupees. What is left with me? 4 lakh rupees is left with me. My dear income tax officers, calculate my tax. How many of you say 4 lakh into 30%, 1 lakh 20,000? Wrong answer. Why wrong answer? Why wrong answer? Gift for wife. Is it related to my coaching business? No, sir. Is it of Is it of financial character? No, sir. What do you mean by financial character? We are recording, classifying, summarizing only those transactions which are related to my business. Something that is not related to my business. If I go for a personal travel, if I buy a gift for my wife, if I buy something to use in my house, can we record that in my business? No, sir. When I say financial character, it means only those transactions which are related to the business. Everybody able to follow, yes or no? And finally, what have I said over there? And interpreting the results thereof. Finally, you're trying to identify whether you made a profit or a loss. Everybody comfortable in the meaning of accounting? Now please read the meaning. Accounting is the art of recording, classifying, summarizing, pause, recording where? Journal, classifying them into ledgers, summarizing to prepare trial balance in a significant manner. Which transactions? In terms of money, transactions and events which are at least in part of financial character, and finally interpreting the results. Everybody comfortable, yes or no? Yes, sir. We've just done one paragraph, and this is just to show you how we are going to discuss in detail whatever we are having in accounts. Even if I have one paragraph, we may take 15 minutes to talk about it, no problem, but I want you to understand thoroughly whatever is happening in class. Any doubt in what is there on the board, please let me know, else we go ahead. Very good. Sir, you did not explain two words over there. Which are those two words highlighted in blue color? Transactions and events. Write down next paragraph, paragraph number 2. Transactions and events. Pause. All okay with the speed of teaching? All okay with the handwriting? Okay. Along with my handwriting, you also have to bear with me what? I use lots of colors on the board, so you have to bear with me. Some people feel it useful, some people feel it disturbing. I use it. You have to bear with me. Okay. Transactions and events. Write down below that. A transaction means any activity. A transaction means any activity in a business. Any activity in a business, comma, generally involving exchange between two parties. A transaction means any activity in a business generally involving exchange between two parties. I'll give you an example. You tell me whether it is a transaction or not. Purchase of goods. Yes. Write down example. Purchase of goods. Can I say payment of salary? Yes, sir. Payment of salary. Can I say interest received? Loan taken from the bank, etc. Any activity happening in business which involves exchange between two parties is called as a transaction. You paid salary, it's a transaction. You purchased goods, it's a transaction. You purchased machinery, it's a transaction. You paid rent, you received interest, you received commission, you took a loan from the bank. All these are transactions. Agree, yes or no? Agree, yes or no? Below that, an event an event is the consequence. An event is the consequence or result. An event is the consequence or result of two or more transactions. An event is the consequence of two or more transactions. Giving you example on the board, I have a business of garments. I'll make you write this, don't write down. I have a business of garments. If I'm having a business of garments, what do I trade in? Clothes, t-shirt, jeans, jacket, sweater is going to be my business. I purchase 10,000 shirts. Tell me, is this a transaction or is this an event? I purchased 10,000 shirts. It is a transaction. I sold 8,000 shirts. This is also a transaction. I purchased 10,000 shirts. I sold 8,000 shirts. How many shirts are remaining with me? 2,000 shirts are remaining with me. What is this called as? 2,000 shirts is called as closing stock, which can also be called as inventory, which can also be called as goods. This becomes an event. The result of two or more transactions is called as an event. Purchase is a transaction, sales is a transaction. Whatever is remaining with you is the result of those transactions, which can be called as an event. Artha to everybody, yes or no? Going back to the previous example, everybody on the board. In this particular example, what was the income for Dhanush sir? 10 lakhs. What was that income? Fees from students 10 lakh. Is it a transaction? Yes, sir. I paid expenses. I paid rent. I paid electricity. I purchased furniture. I purchased stationery. I paid money for printing material, books. How much money have I spent? 4 lakh. Receiving 10 lakh, transaction. Payment of 4 lakh, transaction. What is the result? The result is 6 lakh of profit. Profit is called as the event. Everybody able to follow? Yes, sir. Do we record transactions? Yes. Do we record events? Yes. Automatically transactions are recorded and events are adjusted into your accounts. Everybody able to follow? Write down below that example. Example 1. Incomes are rupees 10 lakhs. Incomes are rupees 10 lakhs, comma. Expenses are 4 lakhs. Expenses are 4 lakhs. What is the result? Profit of rupees 6 lakhs is an event. Second example. Purchase of 10,000 shirts, comma. Sale of 8,000 shirts. What is remaining? What is the result? There is closing stock in bracket inventory of 2,000 shirts. There is closing stock or inventory of 2,000 shirts. Everyone able to follow what are transactions? What are events? We have discussed meaning of accounting. We have discussed what is a transaction and what is an event. Can we go ahead to the next paragraph? Yes, sir. Write down paragraph number 3. Classification of transactions. Classification of transactions. Below that, point number A. On the basis of settlement. On the basis of settlement. Okay, pause, look at the board. How many of you have gone to buy groceries for your house? Okay, very nice. I want three of you to stand. Quickly, any three of you. Hey, go back class. Ramesh, you identify next person. Ronak. It's okay. R is correct. No. Ronak, next person. Opposite. You know gender. No confusion in gender. Very good. Next person. She only. Saksham. Next person. Saksham. Next person. What's your name, dear? Vikas. Vikas, next person. Ayo, they are only selecting for answer. Why are you getting so happy? Name, dear? Sandhya. Okay. No, all Sandhya, Saksham, all less only first day only. Okay. Chalo. Now these four people have gone to buy groceries. When you go to buy groceries, no, we are not going to Reliance Mart, D Mart. We are going to Uncle Shop, Auntie Shop. All of you know Uncle Shop, Auntie Shop? What is Uncle Shop? The shop near your house is called as Uncle Shop or Auntie Shop. Chalo, Sandhya. What you're buying from Uncle Shop, Auntie Shop? Ayo, quickly, ma. Dal. How much dal you brought? She brought dal 1 kg. Next, Vikas, what you brought?
Snacks.
Snacks. What snacks? Lays. Lays, Kurkure. How many packets? 5 to 6 packets. For whom you are buying, man? Full gang. Huh? Very nice. Okay. Ronak, what you want? Chocolate. Which chocolate? Boomer. Cheap. Some nice chocolate you should have. Dairy Milk Silk you should have told. Boomer it seems. Okay, how many boomer you want? 20, 25 boomer. This will also buying for full gang. Okay. Saksham bought ice cream. How many, madam? For whom you're buying 5? For herself, she's buying 5. No gang here. Only for herself, she's buying 5. At least one you could give me. I told sir, one for you, one for me. Anta. 5 for me only. Very nice. Okay. First day only I told you, boomer, if you're eating, you should give me also. Lays, if you're eating, you should give me also. Dal, it's okay. Okay. Yeah. Now, beta, when you are going to buy this from uncle shop, auntie shop, what do you say after buying? You write and keep the money, Papa will pay later on. Agree, yes or no? You are buying this particular product today, your parent is going to pay the money later on. What kind of transaction is this called as? This transaction is called as a credit transaction. Let me repeat. You're purchasing the goods today and you're telling uncle, you write and keep in a piece of paper that I have purchased these products. Again, tomorrow you go to uncle shop, you buy other products. You may buy milk, you may buy rice. Again, the next day you go to the particular uncle shop, you buy some other products. You may buy a particular cream, you may buy a particular powder. That uncle is writing all the transactions and keeping in a book. And then what happens at the end of the week or at the end of the month, your father goes and clears that bill. The transactions happens on a particular date. The settlement happens in a future date. What is this transaction called as? It is called as the credit transaction. Thank you. Sit down. Someone here went to Reliance Mart. Who went to Reliance Mart? Someone else. What's your name, dear? Arjun. Arjun went to Reliance Mart. Now, Arjun, when you go to Reliance Mart, can you tell that person at the billing counter, write and keep, I'll come and pay tomorrow? No, sir. Why? You have purchased the goods today itself and there is no option to make a settlement in future. What is such a transaction called as? A cash transaction. Thank you. Write down on the basis of settlement, point number 1. On the basis of settlement, below that, point number 1. Cash transaction. Cash transaction. A transaction where settlement of cash, a transaction where settlement of cash in bracket receipts or payments When I say settlement of cash, what could it be? If you have sold goods, you will have a receipt. But if you have purchased goods, you will have a payment. So either the receipt or the payment, comma, happens at the time of the transaction itself. Happens at the time of the transaction itself. The settlement is happening at the time of the transaction. Such a transaction is called as what? Cash transaction. Below that, point number 2. What do we have? Everybody, what do we have? Credit transaction. Credit transaction. A transaction where settlement of cash happens at a future date. A transaction where settlement of cash happens at a future date. Everyone able to follow? Yes. Ronak's friend, what's your name, dear? Vijay. Now Vijay is into business of garments. Dhanush sir purchases from him 5 sweatshirts. You understand sweatshirt? Hoodie, jacket. Okay. So I purchased from you 5 sweatshirts. How much is one sweatshirt, Vijay? We don't wear so cheap products. I'm a chartered accountant. Too much cheap, I do. How much is one sweatshirt? 2000 too much cheap, I said. He's putting 1500. Very nice. Okay, very nice. So he's saying one sweatshirt is 20,000 rupees. I buy from him 5 sweatshirts. I wear those sweatshirts in Yeshas Academy when I'm taking class, full branding, full advertisement for Mr. Vijay. Very nice. Everyone able to follow, yes or no? I have bought from him 5 sweatshirts and I ask him yeah, I am chartered accountant. I don't ask discount at all. I ask him some time for payment. I'm telling you, I'll pay you after some time period. Will you allow me some time period to pay? You tell me, you trust me or not? I'm your teacher. Not yet. Two inches. 30. Trust me or not? Thank you. How much credit period you are giving? How much time period you are giving me to pay? He's giving me 2 months to pay. That means if I buy the sweatshirt today, when should I make a payment? Today is 11th of April. When should I make a payment? 11th of May? No, sir. Within 11th of June. These 2 months are called as what? These 2 months are called as credit period. A credit transaction is one where settlement is going to happen in future. The time period given for settlement is called as a credit period. Generally in a business, you give 2 months credit, 3 months credit, or they might say 60 days, 30 days, 90 days of credit period. Everybody understood the term credit period? Continue to write down where over there. Continue in the same paragraph. The time given for settlement, the time given for settlement is called credit period. The time given for settlement is called as credit period. First in the paragraph 1, what did we discuss? Google people. Paragraph 1, meaning of accounting. Paragraph 2, transaction and event. Third paragraph, what are we discussing? Classification of transactions on the basis of settlement. What do we have? Cash transaction and credit transaction. What is a cash transaction? A transaction where settlement happens immediately. What is a credit transaction? A transaction where settlement will happen in future. Everybody able to follow? Below this, point number B. Excuse me. Point number B. On the basis of persons involved, on the basis of persons involved, on the basis of persons involved. Point number 1, external transaction hyphen a transaction which involves another party, a transaction which involves another party other than the business, a transaction which involves another party other than the business. Example, purchase of goods. Purchase of goods. Who is involved in this transaction? The business is involved and a supplier is involved. So this becomes an external transaction. If I say sale of goods, you think and tell me internal or external? Sale of goods, external. Who are the two parties involved? The business and your customer. If I say payment of rent, costing. Purchase of goods, external. Sale of goods, external. Loan taken from the bank, external. Who is involved? Business is involved and banker is involved. So you can say, comma, loan taken, external. Purchase of goods, external. Sale of goods, external. Loan taken from the bank, external. Rent paid, external. Who is involved? Business is involved and landlord is involved. You are going to pay rent to the landlord. Rent paid. Electricity charges paid, external. Salary paid, external. There is business involved, there is employee involved. It becomes an external transaction. Any transaction which involves another party other than the business is called as an external transaction. Below that, write down what is the second one that we will have? Internal transaction. Hyphen a transaction which does not involve another party, and is carried on within the business itself, Online students, are you all with me? Can you all give me examples for an internal transaction? Think for 10 seconds and then let's discuss an example for an internal transaction. Online students, give me the answer in the chat box. On the basis of parties involved, what is an external transaction? There is a business and there is another party involved. It is called as an external transaction. What is internal transaction? There is no other party involved. The transaction happens within the business itself. Such a transaction is called as internal transaction. Oh, Ube online students, I'm asking you to give me an example. Are you there? Yes, sir. No, sir. Yeah, you guys tell me. Internal transaction example. Saksham, correct? Payment of dividend. How many of you know what is dividend? What is dividend? Part of profit distributed to the owner is called as dividend. If you don't know what is dividend, don't worry, we'll speak about it when time comes. Profit given to owner. There is business, there is owner. Two parties. What else?
Going back of cash.
Flowing back of cash. Elaborate.
Profit transferred to the capital account of business.
Profit distributed to the owner is again external transaction. Very good. Those of you who answered, write down example. Write down example. Depreciation. What is depreciation? Reduction in the value of an asset. Okay. Fall in the value of an asset is called as depreciation. But is there any other party involved over there? No, sir. So within the business itself, it's called as an internal transaction. Comma. Loss of goods due to fire. Loss of goods due to fire. Loss of goods due to fire. Is there any other party involved? No, sir. It becomes an internal transaction. Pause. Some of you may have a confusion over here. Sir, what about insurance claim? But loss by fire is one transaction. Insurance claim received is another transaction. The loss is an internal transaction. Everybody able to follow? Other examples you can write down. Transfer to reserves. Transfer to reserves. Transfer to reserve, in bracket you write down chapter 7. What is transfer to reserve? What is reserve? We'll discuss under chapter 7. Disclaimer, the first 3 days are going to be a lot of theory, and like this, there's a word that has come up over here, reserves. I may not explain the word reserves over here. I will explain it when time comes under chapter 7. I'll tell you, write in bracket chapter 7 over there. Artha aito? Because the first 3 days are going to be basics, I may not go ahead to explain, meaning of the word depreciation, meaning of the word reserves. Whenever time comes, I'll explain those words which are important. Clear, everyone? Okay. I'll give you certain transactions. I want you to identify and tell me whether they are internal or external. Purchase of goods. Everybody will reply, including the students online. You will reply point number 1 and then reply the answer. Purchase of goods. External. Point number 2, sale of goods. External. Point number 3, salary paid. External. Point number 4, rent paid. Point number 5, interest received. Interest received. Interest received from the bank. External. Point number 6, cash deposited in the bank. External. Point number 7, depreciation of fixed assets. Depreciation of fixed assets. There is no other party involved. It is within the business itself. Therefore, becomes an internal transaction. Everybody clear? Good to go? I'll give you certain transactions. I want you to tell me whether they are cash transactions or credit transactions. I will write the transaction on the board. Online students, I want you to reply using the number, because if you reply without the number, it is going to be mixed over there. So tell me the serial number also. Point number 1, purchase of goods for rupees 5,000. Think and tell me, is this a cash transaction or is it a credit transaction? How many of you say cash? How many of you say credit? A credit transaction means one which is going to be settled in future. A cash transaction means one which is going to be settled immediately. Think and tell me point number 1, cash or credit? How many of you say cash? How many of you say credit? This dear boy didn't raise for both options. Which option? Okay, okay. Have an answer. We'll discuss whether it is cash or credit. Point number 2, sale of goods for rupees 7,000. Point number 2, cash or credit? Point number 2, how many of you say cash? How many of you say credit? This red shirt boy didn't raise for any. If you don't raise for any, that means third option. Don't be, without any offense to any gender. Okay, next. I'll discuss the answers. Don't worry. Online students, I want you to reply along with the serial number. If I say purchase of machinery for rupees 1 lakh, purchase of machinery for rupees 1 lakh, how many of you say cash? How many of you say credit? Google madam, choose one option. Okay, I'm not explaining to you cash credit. You are going based on your understanding and giving me the bifurcation. Let us go to point number 4. Purchase of goods from Mr. Arjun for rupees 5,000. Is this cash or is this credit? How many of you say cash? How many of you say credit? Okay. Point number 5. Sale of goods to Miss. Madam, what's your name? Last third bench, black shirt. Are you Ruth? Ruth. Sold sale of goods to Miss Ruth for rupees 50,000. Cash or credit? How many of you say cash? How many of you say credit? Point number 6. Purchase of goods from Mr. Ronak paying rupees 6,000. Cash or credit? Cash or credit? Cash or credit? Purchase of goods from Ronak paying rupees 6,000. How many of you say cash? How many of you say credit? Okay, let's give you the answer. The first transaction is a cash transaction. The second transaction is a cash transaction. The third one is a cash transaction. How many of you got all three wrong? How many of you got all three right? Okay. Point number 4 is a credit transaction. Point number 5 is a credit transaction. Point number 6 is a cash transaction. Sir, what are the factors? What could be the pointers to identify whether it is a cash transaction or whether it is a credit transaction? But whenever they have given you the name of the other party, name of Arjun, Arjun is your purchase of goods from Arjun, Arjun is your supplier. Sale of goods to Ruth, Ruth is your customer. Whenever they have given you the name of the other party, supplier or customer, it becomes a credit transaction. In the first three transactions, there is no name of any party. It automatically becomes a cash transaction. I'll repeat. Whenever the name of the supplier or customer is given to you, it becomes a credit whenever the name of the supplier customer is given to you, it becomes a credit transaction. Where there is no name given, it is always a cash transaction. Artha. Let me come down to the 6th point. In the 6th point, please read what is it saying. Purchase of goods from Mr. Ronak paying rupees 6,000. They've given you name of the supplier Ronak, but still I said it is a cash transaction. Why? They have used the word pay. So along with name, if they give you receive or pay, it automatically means a cash transaction. Everybody able to follow what we have discussed? Write down below this. Same point, write down next paragraph. Factors to identify factors to identify factors to identify cash versus credit transactions. Factors to identify cash versus credit transactions. Point number 1, the words paid or received, the words paid or received Indicator cash transaction. The word paid or received indicate a cash transaction. Point number 2. If the name of the other party, who is the other party? Customer or supplier. If the name of the other party in bracket customer or supplier is given, it indicates a credit transaction. How many of you said credit transaction? But when I was dictating, how many of you said credit transaction? You will pass. In the beginning, I told you, try to be interactive as much as possible. If the name of the supplier is given, it indicates a credit transaction. Those of you who said, you will pass. Those of you who didn't say, be active. Left side boys, go by people. Backbenches in class? Say yes or no. Okay. We'll have competition. One, I divide the class into groups. One is left side boys, one is right side girls. One is those backbenches, and one is this center. Left side boys group 1, right side girls group 2, backbenches group 3, and center is group 4. Let us see who is the loudest. Group 2. No voice only. Say yes, sir. Group 2. Group 2. Group 4. Group 1. Group 3. Okay, thank you. Let's continue. Everybody, if the word paid or received is given, it indicates a cash transaction. Name of the supplier customer is given, it indicates a credit transaction. Point number 3, if name is given, along with paid or received, if name is given along with paid or received, it is what? It is a cash transaction. If name is given along with paid or received, it is a cash transaction. Point number 4. If no name is given, it is a very good. It is a cash transaction. If no name is given, it is a cash transaction. Everybody able to identify factors to differentiate between cash and credit transactions? Yes, sir. Very good. Okay. Relax for 30 seconds. Then we go ahead to the next point of discussion. When I give you this 30-second break, it is to relax, not to gossip, not to check your phone. Just relax for 30 seconds. And then we go ahead. Yes, beta.
Doubt in me.
Tell me. Sit.
Internal transaction, like depreciation and all, like how can we classify it as a transaction? It's not an exchange.
I am come to it. Now, beta. TV is not working? Yeah, sure. Is it Akamishi? Which is the AC there? I think it should be this one. This pass. Again, another rule for accounts class. Those of you who want the AC, sit near the AC. Those if you don't want AC, sit far away. In my classroom, ACs will always be on. AC remote is to be passed back. Don't keep it in your bag saying that I'll use it at home. I have same brand EC at home. Say that we are in the third floor, it is okay. But if we are in any other floor, windows have to always be closed. Why? Why windows have to be closed? Because Pakarmane auntie wants to do CA. She doesn't pay fees. So she'll bribe the student to tell, keep window open, I'll listen to class. So if you have some setting with Pakarmane auntie, that means window is open. If window is open, that means you have setting with Pakarmane auntie. Either Pakarmane auntie or Pakarmane auntie daughter. So don't leave the windows open. Yes, dear. You were saying something? Bolo. So it is okay. Coming back to the first example, but I have given you factors to differentiate between cash and credit. The word paid or received indicates cash. Please read the first transaction. Read. Purchase of goods for 5,000. Purchase of goods for 5,000. Have they mentioned paid, received? No. Then why did you all say cash? Fourth point. There is no name given of the supplier. Supplier or customer. It automatically becomes cash. If it has to be a credit transaction, name has to be given. Everybody clear? Any other doubt before we go ahead? No, sir. Chalo. Write down next heading. Point number 4. Very good. Online students, continue to be interactive like this. Write down point number 4. Objectives of accounting. Sir, objectives, functions, limitations, all this theory we are going to read, sir. Yes. Does it come in the exam? Yes. In the recent previous exam, that is in your January 2025, they asked one of the theory questions, what are the functions of accounting? We'll learn about it shortly, but what I'm trying to say here is anything that I discuss in class can come in the exam. In CA classes or in the CA course, there is nothing called as important question. There is nothing called as this is not important, they will not ask in the exam. Anything that I speak in the class can come in the exam. Now what happened is, functions of accounting or this chapter 1 unit 1, they have asked after a very long time. They'd asked almost 4 or 5 years back, and then last attempt they asked what are the functions of accounting. So as a student, what is the general feeling? First chapter theory, they'll not ask in the exam. Let me skip it and go. But then they asked in the exam. And then after that, when I was discussing the answer paper on the day of the exam, I put a video discussing the answers. And that time students were like, sir, you had discussed this in the class, but that time we did not pay interest. We did not think it will come in the exam. Disclaimer I'm giving you, anything, any sentence that I speak in class can come in the exam. Everybody able to follow? Okay. So if I'm discussing objectives of accounting, can you first tell me what do you mean by this word objectives? Objectives of accounting. What do you mean by objectives? What do you mean by objectives? I gone to school, no. To know the meaning of this English word objective. This I am asking mainly online students. Google people are not responding on the chat box. Yes, what do you mean by objectives? Goal, reason, purpose, aim. Basically, can I say the word objectives is trying to indicate why are we doing accounting? What is the reason? What is the purpose? What is the goal? What is the aim of doing accounting? Can anyone tell me what do you mean by or what are the objectives? Why are we doing accounting? One objective Riddhi is saying, did Riddhi answer? To find profit or loss. Okay. Anybody else? One by one. To check the financial position of the business. What does financial position mean? Whether it is going in profit or loss again. Okay. Somebody here was saying something. Same answer, sir. Okay. Anybody else? Why do we do accounting? Beta. To know the value of assets, liabilities. Okay. To provide information to internal or external users. Very good. Chaitra, to keep a record of transactions. Good. Anybody else? Why do we do accounting? To know the cash flow. Okay, to know how much cash is available in the business. Okay. Now let's discuss one particular point over here. Anybody in this class wants to start business? Yes, beta. What business you want to start? Last bench. Textile business. How much capital do you need to start this business? So no. Example. What's your name, dear? Sampana, Sandhya, Saksham, all S only, first day only. First of all, I get confused with the alphabet. Very good. Sampana, you want to start a textile business. How much money do you need? 15 lakh she needs. How much money do you have? It's okay, tell me. Let's say you have 10 lakh. Very good. So balance 5 lakh, you're going to take a loan. You'll take loan from whom? You're also Sampana. Sampana is answering. Yes, Sampana. From whom will you take a loan? Bank. If you go to take a loan from bank, you need to give a security. Do you have any asset as a security? Which asset you have? You have land and building in your name. Yes, sir. How much land you have? Give me also little. Huh? Personal details will not be shared, sir. Okay. So, assuming that Sampana is a student who wants to start business, she does not have any security. Then you cannot go to the banker. Then whom will you go to for taking loan? Parents gave you 10 lakh, that's only what you have. Baki 5 lakh, from whom will you ask? Me, you can ask me, don't worry, I'll give you. So Sampana is going to start business and she asks Dhanush sir to give, kitna madam? 5 lakh. Now I'll take interview of Sampana. If she wants 5 lakh rupees, she has to satisfy me that the business is going to run well. She'll be able to run the business in a proper way. Agree, yes or no? Sampana, what is your plan for the next 2 years? How much will be your sales in the first year? Oh, you've already started. Okay. So how much sales have you made during the last year? Okay. Okay. So what she said is she's made 70,000 in sales and there's an approximate profit margin of 50%. Okay. In the next year, how much are you expecting to sell? 1.5 crore. Then 1.5 rupees. 1.5. Acha, you're increasing 1.5 times. So that means 70,000 into 1.5. Kitna? Calculate. Sampana Gube madam, she'll not get loan from me. Interview mein tak you should give answers. Sampana made a sale of 70,000 in the last year. In the current year, she's expecting to make a sale of 5 lakh. Okay, ma, 5 lakh. Very good. Next year, you will make a sale of 10 lakh. You make a sale of 10 lakh. Very good. She's asking a loan from me, 5 lakh rupees. When are you going to repay the loan? Sampana, when are you going to repay the loan? When? You're making profit already. You're saying 50% profit you're making. So when are you going to repay this loan? She's saying she'll repay the loan after 3 years. For these 3 years, will you pay me interest? Very good. How much interest will you pay me? 9% interest she's paying me per annum. I'm happy. I'm giving her the loan. Listen carefully. Thank you. I give her the loan today on April 2025 and she's going to repay the loan after 3 years. When does she have to repay the loan? 2028. After 6 months, I call her. Tring, 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 tring. The phone number that you're trying to reach is currently switched off. It rang, tring, tring, is currently not available. Sampana is ignoring my call because she doesn't want to pick. She's not picking my call. I call daily for 1 week. Finally, she picks up the call. What will she say? Sir, I told you I'm going to repay the money after 3 years. Don't call me for 3 years. Agree, yes or no? Can she say this? Can she say this? No, sir. Why? And in not just interest, but an investor or a money lender wants to continuously know what is happening in the business. They're not going to know what happens in the end, but they want to know continuously what is happening. Therefore, what happens is, if Sampana Chalo, she does not ignore the call, she picks up the call. Now on the call, I ask her, how is your business running? What will she say? Does she have the number in mind? How many sales has she made? No. What will she do? She will go check her accounts and tell me what is the details. Agree, yes or no? So the first objective is what? Write down below that point number 1. Systematic record of all transactions. Systematic record of all transactions. Only if she has a record of all the transactions, only then she can reply to her investor how much sales has been made, what expenses have been made, what is the status of that particular business. Agree, yes or no? So the first objective, very simple, you're going to have a record of all your transactions. Second example, write down. To ascertain like most of you said, financial performance, to ascertain financial performance of the business. To ascertain financial performance of the business. When you come to class, please put your phones on silent and come. If any phone rings in class, what will I do? I'll take that phone and put it on speaker and pick up that phone. And if I take a phone, I'll return it when you clear CA final. Foundation, no, final. Objectives of accounting, first one, systematic record of all transactions. The second one, to ascertain the financial performance of the business. What do you mean by this word, financial performance? What do you mean by financial performance? You're trying to check whether there is a profit or loss. Where can you check whether there is a profit or loss? You can check this in your profit and loss account. Financial performance is derived from your profit and loss account, where we record incomes, we record expenses, and we check whether you have made a profit or a loss. Point number 3. To ascertain financial position of the business. To ascertain financial position of the business. What do you mean by financial position? Financial position, trying to indicate assets, comma, liabilities and capital. When I say financial performance, we are trying to find out what is the profit or the loss. When I say financial position, we are trying to find out the position of assets, liabilities or capital. What do you mean by assets, liabilities or capital? What is this financial position, sir? You're trying to know the position of your bank balance. You're trying to know the position of how much loan you're supposed to pay. You're trying to find out the position of how much machinery is there in the business, how much furniture is there in the business, what is the value of land and building in the business, how much money do I have to receive from my customer, how much money do I have to pay to my supplier. All these are called as assets and liabilities, which is the financial position of the business, which can be derived where? It is derived in your balance sheet. What is P&L account? What is balance sheet? Do not worry, we will be seeing shortly. First in the, what are we studying? Objectives of accounting. Under the objectives, what is the first one? Having a systematic record of all your transactions. Second objective, to ascertain the financial performance, meaning to say whether you have made a profit or a loss. Third one, to ascertain the financial position, meaning you're trying to check what is the position of your assets, liabilities and capital. How much cash do I have? What is the bank balance? How much is the loan that I have to pay? What is the value of my assets, machinery, furniture, land building? How much money I have to receive from your customers? How much money I have to pay to suppliers? All this is called as financial position. Everybody good to go? Write down point number 4. Providing information. Point number 4. Providing information. Providing information for decision making. Providing information for decision making. What kind of decisions will a business have to make, sir? Example, you have product A and you have product B. A situation has risen where you need to discontinue one of your products. Think and tell me, which product will you stop producing? A or B? A or B? Sir, you will check the accounting records. For each product, you will check whether you are making a profit or a loss. Suppose product A makes a profit of 10 lakh, B makes a loss of 1 lakh. Which product will you discontinue? B. Suppose product A makes a profit of 10 lakh, product B makes a profit of 9 lakh. Which one will you discontinue? B. How to get to know which one to discontinue? You need information for this decision making. Who gives you the information for this decision making? Accounting. Providing information for decision making. Everyone able to follow? Below that, write down example. Example. Point number A. Product A or product B. Point number B. Location X or location Y. I have a business in Bangalore and I have a branch office in Delhi. Delhi. Which one will I choose to close? Whichever business, whichever branch is giving me lesser profit. You will check your accounts, whichever business gives you, whichever branch gives you lesser profit, you might choose to discontinue that particular branch. Location X or location Y. Accounting will give you information for such decision making. Point number C. Make or buy decision. Make or buy decisions. What is this make or buy, sir? Let me take an assumption that you are into manufacturing bags. To make a bag, can you tell me what are the materials required? To make a bag, what are the materials required? You need leather, you need cloth, then you need zip, you need metal. Okay, all these raw materials will be accumulated together and you start making the bag. Now you have bought a particular raw material of leather, wool, cloth, whatever cloth was needed to make that particular bag. You start stitching the bag together. You bought the product to make the chain of the zip also. You made the chain of the zip. But now you need to make the zip itself. To make the zip, you have two options. You can buy the metal, you can melt the metal and you can make the zip on your own, or you can purchase the zip from outside. Which one will you choose? Which one will you choose? Sir, that depends on the cost. If I purchase from outside, one zip is 5 rupees. If I make the zip on my own, because I don't know how to make the zip is costing me 6 rupees. Which one will you choose? Buy from outside. But it may alternatively happen. Outside zip is available for 5 rupees. If I make the zip on my own, it is available for 3 rupees. Which one will you choose? Making on the own. Sir, only 2 rupees difference, sir. Why don't I buy from outside? Why don't you buy from outside? 2 rupees difference for one zip. What if you make 1 crore bags? 2 crore rupees will be your difference. So accounting will give you information for making such decisions. Everybody able to follow? Write down last point, point number 5. To determine solvency position to determine solvency position of the business. To determine solvency position of the business. So when I say solvency position, there could be two categories. You could be called as a solvent or you could be called as insolvent. What do you mean by insolvent? The word insolvent means bankrupt. What do you mean by bankrupt? You don't have money to pay your liabilities. You are called as bankrupt. To determine the solvency position, you could either be a solvent or you could be an insolvent. Through accounts, when are you called as a solvent? When your assets are more than your liabilities. However, if your liabilities become more than your assets, you will be called as insolvent. Do not worry, what is asset, what is liability, we'll see in tomorrow's class. If you know it, okay. Objectives of accounting, what do we have? Look at the board. First one, what do we have? Systematic record of all transactions. Second one, ascertain the financial performance. Third one, ascertain the financial position. Fourth one, providing information for decision making. And finally, to determine the solvency position of the business. I have highlighted certain alphabets on screen and I give a mnemonic for this answer. Mnemonic, if you feel it useful, you can write down, otherwise you can ignore. S, F, S, F, P. That's how a DJ plays music, slow, fast, and then pause. If you want, you can write down the mnemonic, otherwise you can ignore. What is S? Systematic recording. F, financial performance. S, solvency position. F, financial position. P, providing information. Very good. Able to follow objectives? Yes or no, sir? Yes, sir. Okay. Below that, go ahead to write down paragraph number 5. Paragraph number 5. Functions of accounting. Paragraph number 5. Functions of accounting. Below that, first point, measurement. First point, measurement. Second point, forecasting. Third point, government rules and taxation. Government rules and taxation. Fourth one, comparison. Comparison and evaluation. Comparison and evaluation. Point number 5, control. And point number 6, decision making. So sometimes, although very rare, I might give a PPT like this instead of writing. Will you be able to copy from the PPT? Yes, sir. It will very rarely happen, but sometimes be prepared for it. Most of the times, I will be writing the answer along with you. Okay. If it is PPT also, I hope it is comfortable for you. What is this functions of accounting, sir? Functions of accounting, I say, is mother, father, go to cafe, coffee, day. MFGTCCT. What is M? Not marriage. M for measurement. F forecasting. G government rules. T taxation. C comparison. C control. D decision making. Now it is up to you whether you use the mnemonic or not. But in the mnemonic, when you are using, M is for measurement itself. It cannot become any other word. Okay. Now what is this measurement, sir? When I am saying measurement, what does it mean? Only those transactions which are measurable in terms of money can be recorded in accounts. Something that cannot be measured in terms of money will not be recorded in accounts. Something that cannot be measured in terms of money, example, honesty of the employee, loyalty of the employee, death of the employee himself cannot be recorded in accounts. Everybody comfortable with measurement? Forecasting. What do you mean by forecasting? Predicting the future. Will a businessman have to predict the future? Yes. Example, Tampana. When she went to ask for loan, what did the money lender first ask? What is your plan for the next year? What is your plan for the next 5 years? She made a prediction of 1.5 times. This year, if I have sold 1 lakh, next year I will sell 1.5 times of 1 lakh. You're trying to predict, you're trying to forecast what is going to happen in the future. Right? Because the users are not only interested as to what happened in the past, but they also want to know what is going to happen in the future in the business. Everybody good to go? Third word, what do we have? Government rules and taxation. In this particular country, in India, if there is a rule, it is implemented in the form of what? Government rules are implemented in the form of an act. Very good. If it's a partnership, they have to follow Indian Partnership Act. If it's a company, they have to follow Companies Act, not Indian Companies Act. It's Companies Act. If it's all the businesses have to follow Income Tax Act, Goods and Service Tax Act. So all the government rules and the taxation policies of the country have to be followed when you're doing your accounting. Everybody good to go? Yes. Comparison. What kind of comparison will I make in my business? Comparison in the business could be of two types. What are these two types, sir? I could have something called as internal comparison, and I could have something called as external comparison. What do you mean by internal comparison? Last year I made a profit of 10%. This year I made a profit of 11%. What is your analysis? Last year I made a profit of 10%. Current year I made a profit of 11%. What is your analysis? Increase in 1%. You're comparing your business with the previous year. Did I improve? Yes or no? Yes, sir. How much have I improved? 1%. I made a profit of 11%. Everybody else in the market made a profit of 13%. Have I improved? Yes or no? I have improved, but not to the extent where everybody else could have made profits. This is called as external comparison. Comparison could be internal within oneself to the previous year, or could be external with the other industry, with the other companies in the industry for the same year. Everybody good to go? Based on your comparison, what will you try to involve? Control. What you will control? Your wastages. You will control your losses through decision making. You will make certain decisions which will lead to avoidance of wastages and controlling your losses. Everybody good to go with functions? Yes, sir. Do these questions come in the exam? Very much. Yes. Do not forget that all this is part of your exam curriculum. I want you to take 30-second break, see what we have written till now, and then we go ahead. Just check what we have written till now. What are the paragraphs that we have discussed till now? Any doubt in any part that you have, feel free to ask. So can you repeat measurement? Measurement means only those transactions measurable in terms of money will be recorded. Something that you cannot measure in terms of money will not be recorded in accounts. Any other doubt before we go ahead? No, sir. Everybody comfortable with the style of teaching? Speed of teaching? Able to follow what is happening? Should I go more fast? Should I go more slow? Comfortable, everyone? Let's take a break. Today we are taking a break for 30 minutes. So you said 40 minutes is the break? Yes. Today I'm taking a break for 30 minutes because I plan to leave you early today. Take a break of 30 minutes and come back. Then we continue at 10:30. See you at 10:30. Come back with breakfast. Come back after having breakfast with full energy. How many of you have not collected the material? You can collect it down in the reception. Meet whoever is sitting at the reception desk. Thank you. Science students, try to meet me after the class either today or tomorrow. You're going to Jain College. Then you give the online test here only. And leave it 12:30. Like when is the second day? I'll tell you approximately. You are going on server. External and internal transaction of 24 hours. External transaction, there will be another party. Internal transaction, there is no answer. Instead of depreciation, loss of goods. Loss of goods, is there anybody else involved? Any other okay. Now, when I say transfer to reserves, what does it mean by reserves? Future profit. Profit which I did not give to the owner is called as reserve. Profit I kept in the business itself. There is no other party in the business, kept the profit for the business. Yes, but it's retained earnings. Retained earnings is same. Show me. Yeah. Okay, no problem. 115. One thing actually, actually management PTN of the rate
What's each one? Mechanic is starting now. You don't know, but
Oh, in class I'll not allow fun.
outside class की बात.
Easy. 10 plus 15, 20, 26. Then great super cautious. Great, that's why. No. Business. Also, one part. But the language depends on still syllabus.
Hello. So standing. Thank you. Sit. Hello. Hello. Settle down. How many students yet to join us? Your friends, look to your left and right. Okay. Most of them are back. Good. Is there a blue light there? Okay. Yes. Welcome back, students. Had a break. Had breakfast. Full energy. Doesn't look like. Group 3 present. Thank you. Okay. Hello. You'll all give me a recap what we have done before the break. Can you tell me what did we start discussing? We started discussing rules of the classroom. Then I gave you an introduction to the syllabus. Then we discussed a few points, after which we went to meaning of accounting, transactions and events, classification of transactions on the basis of settlement, cash and credit, on the basis of persons involved in external and internal. Then we went ahead to see factors to identify cash versus credit transactions. Next, objectives, and finally we saw functions. Comfortable in what we have discussed, everyone? Yes or no, sir? Yes, sir. Okay. Group 3, last second row, black t-shirt, black jacket. Yeah. What's your name, dear? Sumant. Sumant, can you tell me any of the points that we have discussed? I don't want the point, but you explain to me what we discussed about it. Any point, your choice. Sumant, on the board. Ha, beta. Sorry? Hello, on the board. Look at the board and answer. That's why I'm giving you choice of question of your own. Oh, Sumanta, nothing you understood what I did. Then tell me something. Okay. Now only. Very nice. Okay. Okay. Very good. Sumanta, next person identify. There. Which bench? Which person? You need to identify only one. Second bench, second person. Yes, dear. What's your name? Jivita. You don't have to see whom you selected. Yes, Jivita. Can you tell me anything that we discussed? Okay.
Accounting concept, classifying, and recording procedure.
Recording, classifying, and summarizing.
Transactions that occur in money or money.
Very good. Transactions, events in terms of money. Okay. And which belong to which character? Financial character. And finally, what do? We interpret the results. Okay. Jivita. What's your name? Jivita. Next person. What's your name? Naveen. Can you tell me anything that we have discussed? That he already told me. Cash transaction, credit transaction, he already told me. Something else, can you remind me? That's all you remember in what we have done. Tell me something else. Think and tell me. Tell me something. Check, check. Okay, I will ask you. You tell me. Give me objectives of accounting. Systematic record of all transactions. Okay. Ascertain the financial performance. Then ascertain the financial position. Then wait, no, Naveen is answering. All of you Naveen's best friends answering for you. Next, Naveen. Providing information for decision making, and finally all Naveen's best friends ascertaining or finding the solvency position of the business. Next person. Gender, you know, opposite gender. First girl. Yes, beta. What's your name? Bhargavi. Can you tell me anything that we have discussed apart from what is already done? Objectives, measurement, forecasting, government rules and taxation, comparison, comparison and evaluation, control, and finally decision making. What is this? These are functions of accounting, not objectives. Thank you. Okay, so hopefully everyone is comfortable in what we have discussed. Can we go ahead, everyone? Can we go ahead, everyone? Yes. Oh, Gobe people who are sleeping, good morning. Good morning. Okay, thankfully nobody is sleeping. Chalo, write down next paragraph. Point number? Point number 6. Write down. Accounting process. Accounting process. Below that, part A, generating the financial information. Generating the financial information. If I say generating, what are we trying to do? We are trying to create, we are trying to make the financial information. Below that, point number 1, recording. In the accounting process, what is the first step? Record. Hyphen. It is the first step. It is the first step of the accounting process. It is the first step of the accounting process where all transactions evidenced by a document, evidenced by a document are recorded in a journal. What is the first step? Recording. Where do we record transactions? In a journal. Over there, I've given all transactions evidenced by a document. Can you tell me which is the documentary evidence if I give you a particular transaction? If I say purchase of goods, which document evidences the purchase? Which document evidences the purchase? An invoice or a bill. If I say sale of goods, invoice. If I say interest received from the bank, which document will evidence that you have received interest from the bank? Your bank statement or your passbook? Agree, yes or no? Salary paid to employee, pay slip. Rent paid to landlord, rent paid to landlord. Rent agreement. You'll have your rent agreement with your tenant, a tenant between the tenant and the landlord. So every transaction that we record is going to have a documentary evidence. Based on that particular source document, we record a transaction in the journal. Everybody able to follow the first step? What is the second step? So smart you are. Write down point number 2, classify. Classify. Hyphen. All transactions of similar nature, all transactions of similar nature are grouped together and are posted into relevant accounts in a ledger. And are posted into relevant accounts in a ledger. So what are we doing under the recording stage? All transactions are recorded, evidenced by a source document in the journal. Under the classifying stage, what are we doing? Items of similar nature are first of all grouped together and they are posted into a relevant account in your ledger. All transactions of cash, you will group it together. Where will you post? Cash account. All transactions of loan, you will group it together and where will you post? Loan account. All transactions of machinery will be grouped together and put into machinery account. Everybody able to follow? The first step, recording. Second step, classifying. What is the third step? Summarizing. Very smart you are. Write down point number 3, summarizing. Okay. Before we go ahead to summarizing, a few of you had requested okay, chalo, continue. Summarizing. First in the, please come back to class, concentrate on the board. First step, accounting process, generating the financial information. The first step is recording transactions in a journal. Second step, classifying or grouping entries together and posting them into ledgers. What is the third step? Summarizing. Write down below that. It involves it involves it involves online students good to go. It involves closing or balancing. It involves closing or balancing of the ledger accounts. It involves closing or balancing of the ledger accounts to prepare a summarized trial balance. To prepare a summarized trial balance. So in the summarizing stage, what do we prepare? Trial balance. How do we prepare the trial balance? By closing or balancing all your ledger accounts. Everybody able to follow theoretically what we are discussing? Yes, sir. In the accounting process, we have started with generating the financial information. We are trying to make the financial information for which we have prepared journal, ledger, trial balance. Now, after the trial balance is ready, what will you do with the trial balance? You will use it to prepare final accounts. What do you mean by final accounts of a business? The balance sheet, the profit and loss account. The final accounts means balance sheet, profit and loss account. They are prepared on the basis of what? On the basis of this trial balance. Full stop. Summarizing. Continue to write down. This trial balance. This trial balance helps. This trial balance helps to further prepare. This trial balance helps to further prepare financial statements. To further prepare financial statements such as balance sheet, comma profit and loss account, balance sheet, comma profit and loss account, etc. We may prepare trading account, we may prepare manufacturing account, we may prepare cash flow statement. You will look at all this slowly. Generating the financial information involves recording, classifying, summarizing. Now the financial statements, the final accounts are ready. Can we go into the next part of the accounting process? Write down below that part B. Part B, using the financial information. Okay. Can anyone tell me the accounting process? What are the steps? We started with recording, classifying, summarizing. What is pending? Analyzing, interpretation, communication. Don't write down, listen. How many of you told me the three steps? Analysis, interpretation, communication. Someone here told me. What is analysis?
We get to know what we were in the last year.
Okay. What's your name, dear? Kalyan. Okay. Anybody? So many people gave me the answer. Analysis, interpretation, communication. Any of these three words can you explain to me? Thank you, Kalyan. Yes. Name. Santosh. How many S? My God, first day only. Okay.
All steps with the higher.
Okay. Anybody else? Good. Yes, dear. What's your name? Also, you didn't tell me your name. Abhigna. Okay.
Prepared into financial sheet.
Okay.
We come to the meaning and scope of data that we are running.
Very nice.
Communicate various internal and external users who are in need of
Okay, wonderful. Chalo, write down all of you. Analysis, no, using the financial information. Below that, you will write down as point number 4. Point number 1, recording. Point number 2, classifying. Point number 3, summarizing. Now, point number 4, write down analysis. Analysis. It is concerned with, it is concerned with establishment of, it is concerned with establishment of relationships, relationships, establishment of relationships with information, establishment of relationships with information in the financial statements. Okay, please read what you have written for analysis. It is concerned with establishment of relationship with information present in your financial statements. What we are trying to do, sir? Beta, on the board, I will present some information for you. Tell me whether the data given is complete or incomplete. I am saying Dhanush sir makes a profit of 10% in his business. Dhanush sir makes a profit of 10% in his business. Is this information complete or is it incomplete? It is incomplete if you are saying, why do you say incomplete? I have said 10%. 10% of what? It could be 10% of sales. My sales during the year is 1 crore. What will be my profit? 1 crore into 10%, 10 lakh. Or I could say 10% of capital. The money invested in the business is called as capital. I invested 50 lakh in my business. I made a 10% profit on capital. What will be my profit? 50 lakh into 10%, which is equal to 5 lakh. So if I just say 10%, it is going to be incomplete. Under the analysis stage, we are building relation between two numbers present in your financial statements. Which are the two numbers in the example given? It could be profit and sales. It could be profit and capital. Can you give me other examples, sir? Example, I might say depreciation is 10% on machinery. Depreciation is 8% on building. Depreciation is 5% on furniture. We are trying to build relation between two numbers that are existing in your financial statements. This is called as analysis stage. Everybody able to follow? Further examples if you require. I may say that my salary cost or my employee cost is equal to rupees 25 lakhs. I say my number of employees is equal to 5. What is your analysis from this? On an average, each employee earns how much? 5 lakh rupees. Under the analysis stage, we are trying to build relation between any two numbers that are there in my financial statements. Everybody follow what is analysis? Yes or no, sir? Below this, point number 5, what will you write down? Interpretation. Write down point number 5. Interpretation. It is concerned with giving an explanation, slash significance significance or meaning to the relations, explanation, significance or meaning to the relations analyzed, to the relations analyzed. So I analyzed that I am making a profit of 10% last year. Here I'll write my previous year data. PY means previous year. Last year I made a profit of 8%. Under the analysis stage, you analyzed last year profit was 8%, current year profit is 10%. Under the interpretation stage, you will try to identify why 2% profit was higher. Why 2% profit became higher? What could be the reasons? Reason number one, increase in income. Any of your income has increased, your sales has increased, that is why your profit increased. Could there be any other reason? There could be a decrease in expense. You're trying to interpret, you're trying to signify, you're trying to explain whatever you have analyzed. I analyzed that my profit is higher. I'm trying to interpret why my profit is higher. Everybody able to follow interpretation? Another example over there. The salary employee cost in current year is 25 lakh for 5 people. In the previous year, it was 20 lakh. What is your interpretation? Your option interpretation can be option number one, number of employees kitna? If number of employees is 5, what is your interpretation? Your interpretation is that salary went higher by 1 lakh. Last year's salary was how much? 4 lakh. Current year salary is how much? 5 lakh. So salary increased by 1 lakh. But what if I say my number of employees was 4? Then what happens? Your interpretation is your employees increased by 1. Your salary did not increase, but your number of employees increased. Under the analysis stage, you analyzed, you built a relation between two numbers. Under the interpretation stage, you're trying to signify, explain whatever numbers you have analyzed. Everybody comfortable? Can we go to the last step? What do we have finally? Communication. Write down point number 6. Communication. It is concerned with transmission. It is concerned with transmission of summarized. It is concerned with transmission of summarized, analyzed, and interpreted information. It is concerned with transmission of summarized, analyzed, and interpreted information to the end users, to help them in decision making. So whatever you have summarized, analyzed, interpreted, you transfer that information to the end users and they are going to make your decisions. Everybody able to follow accounting process? First, in the accounting process is divided into two parts. What is it? Generating the financial information, making or using the financial information. Generating the information, 3 parts. Record 3 steps: recording, classifying, and summarizing. Using the financial information, analysis, interpretation, and communication. Everybody comfortable to go ahead? Yes or no, sir? Write down next paragraph, point number 7. Bookkeeping. Bookkeeping. Heard of this word bookkeeping? First day of accounts class in first PUC, you might have heard of this word. Who can tell me what is bookkeeping? One by one. Somebody is speaking. हाँ बेटा. What's your name?
Advish.
Advesh.
Recording of accounting transactions.
Okay. Madam, you were trying to say something? Name. Pooja. Okay. Anybody else? What is bookkeeping? हाँ बेटा. हाँ.
Recording the events of business transactions.
Recording the events of a business transaction. Recording the events or business transactions. Okay. In a book. Okay. Very nice. Bookkeeping means keeping books. Okay. Write down. It is a part of accounting. Bookkeeping. Write down. It is a part of accounting. It is a part of accounting which is concerned. It is a part of accounting which is concerned with systematic, which is concerned with systematic recording, systematic recording of transactions, systematic recording of transactions and maintenance of books of accounts and maintenance of books of accounts. So here I am saying we're only recording the transactions. Where do we record transactions? In a journal. After recording, what do we do? Classification. After classification, summarizing. After summarizing, you will prepare your financial statements that will be analyzed, interpreted and communicated. This entire process is called as accounting. What is bookkeeping, sir? Only maintaining your books of accounts is called as bookkeeping. What does it involve, sir? It involves only the first two steps, which is called as what? Recording and classifying. You record your transactions properly. This is called as bookkeeping. Bookkeeping, that is why I said it is a part of your accounting. Everybody able to follow till here? Try to think and tell me next paragraph. Differences between bookkeeping and accounting. You can divide the page into two. Differences between bookkeeping and accounting. Differences between bookkeeping and accounting. Okay, think for 30 seconds. If anybody has any point in mind, you can discuss. I've explained to you what is bookkeeping. I've explained to you what is accounting. Try to think and tell me any of the differences that you can let me know.
So bookkeeping is nothing but it is a part of accounting, which is a narrow word.
Okay.
Recording of transactions. Accounting is a broader term which involves recording, classifying, summarizing, analyzing, interpretation.
Great. So he's saying bookkeeping has limited scope if it is connected only with recording of transactions. Accounting has wider scope, continues after recording into summarizing and using the information. Okay, very good. Anybody else? Ready? Bookkeeping is a part of accounting. Accounting has wider scope. Again, similar. Okay. Anybody else? Differences between bookkeeping, accounting based on what you have understood. Online students not audible, is it? Dhanush, I'll come to your doubt. Online students, please tell me if everything is good to go. Differences, bolo. हाँ बेटा.
Does not interpret the financial position and while accounting interprets the financial information and position.
Okay, I'll come to your point. I'll elaborate. Good. Anyone else? Yes, beta. Okay. Okay, so she's saying bookkeeping can be done by regular staff, accounting requires senior staff. The job of a bookkeeper is very regular in nature, whereas for an accountant, it requires senior staff. It is analytical in nature. Good. Anybody else? Chalo, write down everybody. Point number one, below bookkeeping, it is concerned. Suchitra, correct. I'll come to your point. It is concerned with recording of transactions. It is concerned with recording of transactions. Under bookkeeping, what do? We only record the transactions. Under accounting, write down, it is the process concerned. It is the process concerned with summarizing. It is the process concerned with summarizing of recorded transactions. It is the process concerned with summarizing of recorded transactions. Below that, point number two, below bookkeeping, it has limited scope. Below accounting, it has wider scope. It has limited scope, it has wider scope. Below bookkeeping, it is considered as a base for accounting. It is considered as a base for accounting. Under accounting, it is considered as the language. It is considered as the language of a business. It is considered as the language of a business. Now, when we are trying to communicate with each other, can you tell me which is the medium of language that we are using? English. So if we want to understand each other, we are communicating using English language. If you want to understand what is happening in a business, which is the mode of communication, accounts becomes the language of a business. Accounting becomes the language of a business. Everybody able to follow? Yes or no, sir? Come down to point number 4, what the online students and madam mentioned. Financial statements. Pause. What do you mean by this word financial statements? I told you, generating the financial information, making the financial information, generating the financial information, recording, classifying, summarizing. In the summarizing stage, you summarize and prepare a trial balance. On the basis of trial balance, you prepare financial statements. Which are financial statements? Your balance sheet and P&L account. So I'm just writing in color over there. Financial statements means balance sheet and P&L account. Balance sheet, P&L account, is it available in the bookkeeping stage? No, sir. Financial statements do not form part. Financial statements do not form part of bookkeeping stage. Financial statements do not form part of bookkeeping stage. Under accounting, what can I say? Financial statements are prepared. Financial statements are prepared on the basis of bookkeeping records. Financial statements are prepared on the basis of bookkeeping records. Point number 5, financial performance. Financial performance and financial position. Financial performance and financial position. Financial performance means what? Profit or loss. Where do we analyze profit or loss? Profit and loss account. Financial position means what? Assets, liabilities, capital. Where do we determine financial position? Balance sheet. Balance sheet P&L account. Is it there in bookkeeping stage? No, sir. If balance sheet P&L account is not there, can I analyze, can I determine financial performance, financial position? No, sir. Financial performance position cannot be ascertained. Financial performance position cannot be ascertained. Below accounting, financial performance and financial position. Financial performance and financial position can be ascertained on the basis of financial statements. On the basis of financial statements. Below that, point number 6, below bookkeeping, management decisions dash can be taken or cannot be taken. Why cannot be taken? You cannot ascertain the financial position, you don't know the financial performance, so decision making is difficult. Point number 6, management decisions cannot be taken. Point number 6 under accounting, management can take decisions. Management can take decisions based on available information. Based on available information. Point number 7. Point number 7. Below bookkeeping, it is usually done by junior staff. It is usually done by junior staff. Under accounting is done by senior staff. Bookkeeping is done by junior staff, accounting is done by senior staff. Below that, point number 8, the job of a bookkeeper. The job of a bookkeeper is routine and clerical in nature. What do you mean by routine and clerical? Is very regular in nature. The job of a bookkeeper is quite regular in nature. Below accounting, the job of an accountant. The job of an accountant is analytical in nature. The job of an accountant is analytical in nature. So you people are going to become bookkeepers or accountants? Accountants, will you do regular clerical job or will you do analytical job? Let us see when you come to final accounts. We'll come to chapter 8, chapter 9, where they will give you certain accounts. Certain accounts will be missing. What do you need to do? You need to find out those missing figures by building relations. By analyzing the data given, you will build relation between what is there and you will try to analyze what is missing. Let us see whether you will become bookkeepers or accountants. Write down point number 9. Any other point coming to your mind? Bookkeeping does not have any subfields. Bookkeeping does not have any subfields. Below accounting has several subfields. Accounting has several subfields. What do you mean by subfields? Branches. Read the data that you have presented, read the points that you have written down. Any point you want me to repeat, let me know. One of the students in the online chat box asked me to repeat interpretation. Analysis means trying to identify two numbers, trying to build a relation between two numbers in your financial statements. Interpretation, you're trying to explain whatever relation you have identified. If I say 10% profit, 11% profit, you're trying to explain how you made a profit of X percentage. You're trying to explain the meaning of the relation that you have identified under interpretation. Any other doubts before we go ahead? Any other doubts before we go ahead? No, sir. Very nicely, I heard one person say no specifically. So I want you to tell me then. Bookkeeping does not have subfields. Accounting has several subfields. You said no doubt. Tell me which are the subfields of accounts. Goobe fellows. Bolo Ronak. Acha, you're asking me only what are subfields. Someone here is answering. Someone said an answer here. Cost accounting, financial accounting, management accounting, tax accounting. Okay. Write down next heading, subfields of accounts. Put up a heading, point number 8, subfields of accounts. Subfields of accounts. Below that, point number 1, financial accounting. Financial accounting. Can you tell me what is financial accounting? One of you. Anyone tell me what do you think is financial accounting? The group 4, last 4 5 benches. Anybody will answer. In this center, the last 4 5 benches. Anyone? Ronak, identify someone. Quick. What's your name? Manas. Can you tell me what you think is financial accounting? It's okay if it's wrong. Once again, before you go ahead, hey, go back class. You chose which method of teaching? Method 1 or 2? If you chose method 2, I told you, you have to interact. You have to speak. Whatever you know, it may be correct, it may be wrong. Otherwise, you go back to method 1, I'll dictate, you write blindly. Yes or no? No, sir. Then interact. Yes, Manas. Whatever you know about financial accounting. Very good. Making financial statements is called as financial accounting. How to make financial statements? How to make financial statements? Financial statements are made on the basis of trial balance. Trial balance is made on the basis of ledger. Ledger is made on the basis of journal. What is all this? Financial accounting. Financial accounting is nothing but creating the financial information, which is nothing but journal, ledger, trial balance, and financial statements. Everybody comfortable with what is financial accounting? Right now, it involves generation in bracket creation of financial statements. It involves creation of financial statements. That is, recording the transactions. That is, recording the transactions in a journal, comma, classification into ledgers, and preparation of what? And preparation of a summarized trial balance. And preparation of a summarized trial balance. Everyone able to follow first one, financial accounting? Yes or no, sir? Next one, point number 2, cost accounting. Cost accounting. Anybody from group 3? What is cost accounting? Group 3. Last boy in blue color over there. Yes, dear. What's your name? Okay. Can you tell me what is cost accounting? Correct. Little loudly. Ascertaining the cost of a particular product is called as cost accounting. Please sit down. Let me explain to you. Madam, if you go to buy a particular t-shirt, don't go on the drawing, go on the concept. Okay. What if there is a t-shirt on the board? So if you go to buy a t-shirt, what is the cost of one t-shirt? What is the cost of one t-shirt? One t-shirt costs approximately rupees 1000. If you go to buy CA foundation classes at Yeshas Academy, how much is your classes? Rupees 30, 37, 39. Those of you who joined early, 37. Those of you who joined late, 39. Okay, 39,000. How did the businessman decide the cost of one product, one t-shirt will be 1000 rupees? How did we decide the cost of one service CA foundation classes will be 39,000 rupees? I'll tell you how we decided. Who are your faculties? Do you know your faculties? Dhanush sir is for accounts. Then you have Subhadra ma'am for maths. Then you have Shan sir for economics. Then you have, which is the fourth subject, Nitika ma'am for law. First in the, you have Dhanush sir for accounts. You have Subhadra ma'am for maths. Then you have Shan sir for economics. Then you have Subhadra ma'am for maths, and you have Nitika ma'am for law. What we four faculties did, we wrote our lucky number in one chit and we put the chit in one bowl. And then we picked up the chit, whichever number came, that we decided as your fees. In the chit I had written 75,000, but the chit didn't get picked. That's how we decided. Correct? Yes or no? No, sir. Then how do we decide any cost of a particular product or service? You check what are the expenses to make that particular product. So you will check what are all the costs involved to make that particular product or provide that particular service. To your costs, what are you going to add? You are going to add a certain percentage of profit. How will you decide what is the profit? Based on market factors. And then what do you get is your selling price. This analysis of cost, price and profit for each product, for each service is called as cost accounting. Everybody able to follow, yes or no? Now in Yeshas Academy, do you think we will record accounts for all transactions? Yes or no, sir? In Yeshas Academy, we make a record of all your transactions. Once we record all transactions, we classify them, we summarize them, and we prepare financial statements. This is called as what? This is called as what? This is called as financial accounting. But in Yeshas Academy itself, can I divide Yeshas Academy into different courses? Yes, sir. What are the different courses that we provide? We may provide CA classes, we may provide CS classes, We may provide ACCA classes, CMA classes, other professional courses are provided. Again, your CACS or each course is further divided into three categories. What do we have in CA? You have foundation, you have inter, you have final. Again, each course of foundation could be divided into two categories. What could they be? You have a live batch, you have online batch, you have recorded batch. For each type of product, for each type of service, will we do all the accounting together? Yes, sir, that is called as financial accounting. But if we find out the cost of one product, one service separately, then what is that called as? That is called as cost accounting. Under cost accounting, you are not trying to find out for the entire business as a whole, but you are trying to find out for one product, for one service, what would be the cost. Based on your cost, you do a profit analysis and you find out the selling price. Everybody able to follow, yes or no? So you gave an example of a service industry. Can you give me example of goods? Lakme Industries. Lakme Industries deals in what? Cosmetics. So Lakme Industries as a whole will do what? Financial accounting. But for each product, what are the products of Lakme? It is nice that this side students are full blank and that side students first immediately they said foundation. Can everybody name products of Lakme? Foundation, eyeliner, lipstick, kajal, mascara, concealer, so many things will be there. Agree, yes or no? Hey boys, nowadays boys use cosmetics more than girls. Now they have a better skin care routine than you people also. Yes or no? All shy boys, not telling yes. Okay. Huh? What is that? Some other brand. Okay. Don't worry, everybody has their own brands. Okay. So Lakme Industries will prepare financial accounting for each product, kajal, lipstick, mascara, foundation. They're going to do cost accounting. Everybody comfortable? Yes or no, sir? Write down cost accounting. Write down cost accounting. It involves it involves cost and profit analysis. It involves cost and profit analysis for individual product. It involves cost and profit analysis for individual product or service, for individual product or service of the organization. Analysis of cost and profit for individual product or service of the organization. Everybody comfortable? What is financial accounting? What is cost accounting? Yes, sir. Write down third heading, management accounting. Management accounting. Okay. Who can tell me what is management accounting according to you? Okay. Okay. Anybody else? Yes, dear. Okay. So what they are all trying to say is using financial information and cost information together by whom? By the management for what? For decision making is called as management accounting. I wanted to first read the data on the board. Management accounting, using the data from financial accounting and cost accounting to make decisions by the management. Right now, a simple example of decision making I gave you in the morning. What did I give you? Product A or product B, or location X or location Y, or make or buy decisions. Using financial information data and cost accounting data by the management for decision making is called as management accounting. Okay, what is the fourth one visible on the board? Human resource accounting. Pause. Stop writing. What do you mean by human resource? The persons who are working in the organization are called as human resource. Sir, sometime back you told me when we prepare the balance sheet, when we prepare the accounts of Reliance Limited, Mukesh Ambani will not be recorded. Agree, yes or no? Yes, sir. Now read what is human resource accounting. Accounting for the workforce means persons in an organization. Do we do human resource accounting in India? No, sir. Employees are not recorded in their accounts. But do we do it across certain parts of the globe? Yes, sir. You will assign a particular value to your employees and you will record the employees in your business. That is called as human resource accounting. So, how do we find out the value of the employee? Based on the age of the employee, based on the skill level, unskilled, semi skilled, skilled labor, based on the age, based on the skill, you assign a particular value. When will you learn this? CA final. First in the financial accounting is what? Determine the financial, making the financial statements, which is nothing but journal, ledger, trial balance, on the basis of which financial statements will be prepared. When are you going to learn this? Now, CA foundation. Cost accounting, management accounting, trying to find out the cost of a product, trying to find out the cost of a service. Management accounting, decision making, when you're going to learn? CA inter. HR accounting, when will you learn? CA final. Trying to find out the value of human resource, recording them in your accounts is called as human resource accounting. Everybody comfortable? Read the last one, then you can write down together. Social responsibility accounting. Beta, in a business, who takes the profit of a business? When a business earns a profit, the profit is directly given to the owner. Under social responsibility accounting, can you tell me who is the social environment of a business? Who is the social environment for man? Another human being is the social environment. Nature is the social environment for man. For a business, who is the social environment? You could have customer, you could have supplier, then you could have, very good, I heard someone say investor, then you could have money lender, then you could have government, then you may have competitor. Partner comes under the category of owner itself. Can I say all these are social environment of a business? Yes or no, sir? Under social environment accounting, what do we do? The profit of the business is not just given to the owner, but a part of profit will be given to the entire social environment. Can we include employees also over here? Yes, sir. All the social environment of the company are going to share the profits. That is called as social environment accounting. Please read on the board. Accounting for the benefits created for the society as a whole rather than just profit for the owner. There you do not just give profit for the owner, but a part of profit is distributed to the entire social environment of the business. Everybody able to follow when you learn this? Found in the CA final level. Write down point number 4 and 5. How many of you still writing? How many of you done? How many of you writing? How many of you done? This fellow did choose for both options. Very nice. Okay. Relax for 30 seconds, then we go ahead. I'll just repeat the last two, HR accounting and social responsibility accounting. Human resource accounting, you're not recording the amount paid to the employee. Amount paid to employee salary is recorded in all the businesses. You're recording the employee itself in the accounts, that is called as human resource accounting. You will try to find out the value of the employee and record the person, record the human in your accounts, that is called as human resource accounting. Social responsibility accounting, once again, sir, in any business, the profit is only distributed to the owner. But under social responsibility accounting, the profit is not just distributed to the owner, but is given to the entire social environment of that particular business. The social environment of the business could involve whom? It could involve your investors, your money lenders, your government, your competitors, etc. Part of profit is given to all these people under social responsibility account. Everyone good to go? HR, recording the employee. Example, in Yeshas Academy accounts, will they record the salary that they pay me? Yes, sir. Is that HR accounting? No. Will they record Dhanush in the accounts of Yeshas Academy? No, sir. But in certain parts of the globe, Dhanush will be recorded in the accounts. That is called as human resource accounting. You are trying to find out the value of the human resources and record them in your accounts. Yes, dear. Why is it not done in India? Why human resources are not recorded in India? Anyone can tell me? Why human resources are not recorded as a part of accounts? We learned it over here. In terms of money, only those transactions which are measurable in terms of money will be recorded in India. Why is it recorded in some parts of the globe? It depends on the accounting standards. What are accounting standards? Guidelines. A set of rules given for accounting is called as accounting standards. Depending on the accounting standards of that country, the rules will be followed in that particular area. Somebody here raised a hand for a doubt. There was one more student who raised a hand. Okay. Write down paragraph number 9. Users of financial information. Users of financial information. Users of financial information are divided into two categories. Below that, write down internal users. Mohit, what's happening? Internal users and external users. Can you name certain internal users? Below that, write down managers, management, board of directors, officers, owners. In bracket owners, you can write down partner, shareholder, etc. All these are internal users. Under external users, can you name? Write down money lender, money lenders, suppliers, government, regulatory, authorities, customers, etc. So users of financial information are divided into two categories, internal users and external users. I heard the word stakeholders somewhere. Somebody told me stakeholders. Who can tell me what do you mean by stakeholders? The word stake means, okay, the word stake means interest. Whoever has a stake in the company, whoever has an interest in the company are called as stakeholder. Who are stakeholders? All these people together have an interest in the company. So below that, I'll write down the users of financial information. The users of financial information. The users of financial information are collectively called as stakeholders. All these people together are collectively called as stakeholders. Stakeholders means those who have an interest, those who have a stake in the company. The users are together called as stakeholders. Everyone comfortable? Write down next paragraph. Point number 10. Point number 10. Limitations of accounting. Limitations of accounting. I want you to think and tell me what could be the limitations of accounting. Think for 30 seconds. Anybody has an answer can raise your hand. I would prefer if somebody new is ready to speak. If not, I'll come back to you people. Don't worry. Somebody who hasn't spoken today, can anyone tell me limitations of accounting? What you feel could be the limitations? Could be demerits, could be disadvantages, limitations of accounting. Yes, dear. Name. Aisha. Saransha. Okay. Saransha, Samya, Sandeep, Santosh, all S only. Very nice. Very good. One of the limitations she's saying is qualitative aspects are not recorded. Accounts concentrates only on quantity. We record the number of employees, we record the salary paid to the employee, but we do not record the quality of the employee in terms of honesty, loyalty, etc. Agree, yes or no? That becomes one of the limitations. Anybody else?
The qualified person, not the people.
One by one. हाँ बोलो बेटा. Okay, very nice. Kali girl. Okay, so she wants to manipulate accounts. Accounts can be manipulated. I'll speak about manipulation. Okay, now this is one of the answers that I generally receive. You know, this answer you write in your 12th standard. What you write, limitations of accounts? It is difficult. It is time consuming. It is costly. Have you heard of these demerits of accounts? This is possible in second PUC. Why? They feel very accounts is very difficult, but you people are becoming chartered accountant. You people are going to become successful chartered accountant. If you tell accounts is difficult, then go jump first. Don't become chartered accountant. So you cannot tell accounts is difficult. Accounting requires huge skills. No, for you, accounting is going to become a part of day-to-day life. It's not going to be something difficult. So now, whenever you're answering something, try to think from chartered accountant point of view and not Kitogira PUC point of view. Artha aito? Okay. Tell me, what is limitations of accounts? Ha, beta. Arya.
Not reflect the prices in the market.
It does not reflect the prices in the market. Very good. Thank you. Suppose I record a particular machine. Dhanush sir purchased a particular machine for 10,000. At what price will I record this machine in my accounts? 10,000. Tomorrow, will the value of this particular machine in the market be 10,000 itself? No. So when it changes in my accounts, will I change the value? No. Accounting does not reflect current market price. We do accounting on the basis of what? Cost price. For me, what was the cost? 10,000. In my accounts, what will I record? 10,000. Market value changes. Can I change the value in my accounts? No, sir. Becomes one of the limitation. Accounts does not reflect market price. Accounts is done based on historical cost. Historical cost means what? My cost of acquisition. Good. Anyone else? Yes, dear. Coming back. Errors may occur. Very good. Errors or manipulation may be there in your accounts. Good. Not free from bias means what? This Kala boy saw one point in the material and telling me nicely. Ah, I know. I know when you read the point from the material and tell me. So, okay, I'll tell you what are the limitations. You can go ahead to write down one by one and I will explain. Please read the first point, everybody. Accounts involves only quantitative information and not qualitative information. Do you understand this point, everyone? We do not record quality in our accounts. We record only quantity. Please write down this point. Okay, read the next point. Very nicely, you people read. Once again, first in the okay. So what am I trying to say, sir? You people have become successful chartered accountants. Okay, don't worry. It is going to come on the board. This is the third category of screen that I will write on the board. The first category is the ruled paper. The second category is the unruled paper. The third one is the black screen. If I write something on a black screen and once I remove it, it will not come back. Something I write on a black screen is an explanation as the white screen itself. What I write on black screen will not come back. Everybody able to follow? So before I erase, make sure that you understand what I'm talking about. I'm talking about a particular financial year. A financial year starts in the month of April. So if I say financial year 2025-26, when did the year start? 1st April 2025. And when did the year end? 31st March 2026. You all have become successful chartered accountants. Dhanush sir tells you, come and do the audit of my business. What do you mean by audit? You are going to check the accounts of my business and you will sign on the audit report saying that these accounts are correct. Who can do audit in India? Only and only chartered accountant can do audit in India. Nobody else can say that the accounts of a particular business are correct or not. So I appoint you as the CA in my particular business. How many of you will take up the audit? Don't worry, I'll give fees. How many of you will take the audit? Now they are all raising hand. First they want fees. Thank you, Ronak, your best friend for me. Okay, so you're taking up the audit of, listen carefully, you're taking up the audit of my business. The financial year that is taken in our example is financial year 2025-26. The year started on 1st April and the year ended on 31st March. You think and tell me on what date will you sign the audit report? Think about it for 10 seconds. If you have an answer, raise your hand. We're talking about financial year 25-26. The year ends on 31st March 2026. On what date will you sign the audit report saying that the accounts are correct? Think about it and tell me. Think about it.
31st.
Okay, how many of you thought about it? How many of you still thinking? You didn't raise for both. Choose one option first in the. How many of you thought about it and have an answer? How many of you thought about it and didn't get an answer? How many of you are still thinking? Think. Let me see. You are all Google CA or successful CA. Okay, I'll give you 4 options now on the screen. How many of you say option A, on 31st March we will sign the audit report? A few of you. Option B, how many of you say you will sign it on 1st April 2026? A few more hands have raised. How many of you say option C, before 31st March? 28, 29, 25, anywhere before. Okay. Is there any option D? Anybody having option D? Yes, dear. Option D, none of the above. You have to tell me what is the answer.
At 12 p.m.
Oh, your time also she's deciding at 12 o'clock. Okay. Madam, you are successful CA. Like me, you have 500 clients. Everybody's house you will go at 12 o'clock and sign the report. They will come to your office and you'll sign the report. Very nice. Okay. Option A. How many of you say option A, 31st March? How many of you say option B, 1st April? How many of you say option C, before 31st March? Option D. Anybody wants to give me an answer? Ronak? Whenever I tell you, very nice. Okay. Anybody else? Okay. So there's an option D that has come up. Anytime after up to 10th April. Why you decided 10th April? Your birthday? Your girlfriend's birthday? No. Then why you decided 10th April? Lucky number? No, 10 days is enough, sir, for checking. So most of the companies sign within 10th April. That's why I'll also choose 10th April. Okay. Let me give you 2 options are impossible on the board. Which are those? Option A and C. Beta, before 31st March, you cannot sign and say what I'm doing on 31st is correct. Example, if you sign on 26th March, 27, 28, 29, 30, will I close my business? No. Then that time if I record some fraud, you cannot sign before 31st March. Even on 31st March is not possible. So when do you have to sign? You have to sign. No. Even 1st April you cannot sign. Example, beta, you are all chartered accountant. Are you doing the accounting of my business? No. You are doing the auditing of the business. Audit means what? You are trying to check the accounts in my business. Beta, my accounts will not be ready on 31st March. As a business, I take some time to prepare the accounts. I might take April, May month to prepare the accounts. I give you the accounts only somewhere in the month of May. How much time will you take to check the accounts? You will take some more time to check the accounts. And when are you going to finally sign, sir? Finally, the signature or the finalization, the audit report should be prepared within 30th September 2026. Law gives 6 months of time after the end of the financial year. After the end of the financial year, you can take 6 months, and any time within these 6 months, you can sign the balance sheet. Artha to everybody, yes or no? Why they are giving 6 months? So that the company, the business can prepare the accounts, they can give it to the chartered accountant can check it and then sign it. Artha to all those people who told 31st March 12 o'clock without check, without signing, without checking anything, you will come and sign. No, very nice. Okay, so now let me take a further assumption in this case. You're signing the balance sheet on 18th August. On 18th August 2026, you have signed the balance sheet. Can you tell me what will be the date of the balance sheet? Date of the balance sheet will be 31st March. On 18th August, the date of the balance sheet, on 18th August, you are signing a balance sheet which is dated 31st March. That means accounts is giving you which information? Past information. That becomes one of the limitations of accounts. Accounts does not give us future information, it gives us past information, whereas users are generally interested to know what is going to happen in the future. Artha hai everybody, yes or no? Sir, what about forecasting, sir? Beta, forecasting is one of the functions of accounting. We don't record the forecasted future. We only predict the future to inform to our decision, to inform to our users for their decision making. Everybody able to follow, yes or no? So I go back there. Please once again read the second point. Balance sheet shows position on a particular date and not on future date, while users are generally interested to know the position in the near future and also in the long run. Understanding limitation? Right now.
So what if they don't sign it?
So what if they don't sign within 30th September? 30th September, the law has given the last day. What if they don't submit within 30th September? There'll be fine, there'll be penalties. Whenever they file, that time they can close it. But there will be a fine and penalty for the business, not for the CA. The business did not give the data in time. If the business gives data on time, you have to finish audit on time. And that is one sincere request that I tell students, but I know it is not very possible. But I tell you this request, please don't ask law doubts or audit doubts in accounts class. I'll try to answer to the extent possible, but try to ask in law class. Because it used to always happen when I start a chapter of partnership or consignment. Sir, what if consignee runs away with the goods, sir? That you learn under law what will happen. We are learning accounting here. What if partner does fraud, sir? You learn that under law. Don't worry.
What if the firm is half year?
Again, you learn under law. What if the firm started in the middle of the year? What if the firm closes in the middle of the year? All this you will learn. Able to follow second point? Who is still writing? Okay, please read the third point. Accounting ignores changes in money factors, like Mr. Arya said. Arya, correct. So Arya is saying we do accounting on the basis of what? I bought this machine for 10,000. What is 10,000? Cost price. I do accounting based on historical cost. Do I change based on market value? No. Accounting ignores changes in money factors. Right now. Accounting ignores changes in money factors. Point number 4, window dressing. Point number 4, window dressing. What is window dressing, sir? How many of you have gone to a mall for shopping? Nice. How many of you have gone to a mall for window shopping? What is window shopping? You go to the mall, you roam around the entire mall, don't buy anything, and come back home. Okay. Suppose you're going to a particular mall and you see a particular shop. You're attracted to go inside that shop. Why? You see, you're standing outside the shop and you're seeing that shop. You feel attracted to go inside that shop due to some reasons. Could you name anyone? Very nice. The ambience of the shop would be such, or outside the shop they would have put one mannequin on the window where they would have put the best dress of that particular shop. You'll say, I want to see this particular dress, I want to see this particular shoe, I want to see this particular jacket, and then you'll walk in. Agree, yes or no? In a similar way, what they do in accounts is they put their best accounts on the window so that certain investors are attracted towards these accounts. What is window dressing, sir? I'm going to make, is this visible? Is it visible? I'm going to make false accounts. That's why I first asked, is it visible? That time it was visible, now it's not. Kaligal. Okay, is it visible? Okay, I'm going to make false accounts depending on my objective. I could have two objectives. What could be the objective? One could be that I want to show higher profit. One could be that I want to show lower profit. Why do you think any business will want to show higher profit? The major reason for showing higher profit is to attract investors. Why will any business want to show lower profit? All Kala people, they want to save tax. If they show lesser profit, they need to pay lesser tax. So what will I do in my accounts? If I want to show higher profit, if I want to attract an investor, what can I do? I can show higher income. Sale to Mr. A, sale to Mr. B, sale to Mr. C. There is no ABC. I am showing sales to ABC. What will happen? Profit will increase. Profit will increase. Investors will be attracted. Everybody able to follow, yes or no? Or if I want to show lower profit, if I want to save tax, what can I do? I can show increase in expenses. Salary to X, salary to Y, salary to Z. There is no XYZ in my company, but I am showing false salary to XYZ. When I show salary, salary is an expense. Expense goes up. What happens to profit? Profit goes down. Profit goes down, taxes will be saved. What is this called as? Making false accounts, which is ultimately called as window dressing, which is nothing but manipulation of accounts. Everybody able to follow? Yes or no, sir?
Yes.
What I write on white screen, once I black screen, once I erase, it does not come back. Everyone able to follow? Okay, continue writing down. Point number 5. Read. Accounts involves estimates which are based on personal judgment and may be biased. Let me give you a small example, beta. Example, I'm trying to find out the life of a particular asset. In my business, I have certain assets. You tell me what will be the useful life of that particular asset. If I say building, what would be the life of building? Tell me, everybody, based on your estimation, based on your judgment, what is the life of building? Very nice. I heard someone say 20. Why, man? Kitogira building you are making. Building will have a life of 50 years, 80 years, or maybe even 100 years, depending on the material that is being used. the life of the building can be 50 to 100 years. What if I say a machine, let me say an AC, an air conditioner? What is the life of an air conditioner? Oh, I heard someone say 5, I heard someone say 8. 5 to 8 years. What is the life of furniture? The bench and desk that you are sitting on, what is the life of this furniture? I heard someone say 2 years. I heard someone say 10 years. Life of furniture can be 10 to 15 years. I know. Why? Tell me. Morning I told you, no, same bench I sat on. I sat in 2012. Till now it is the same bench only. I sat in Shishadripuram branch, but I know that it is the same bench over there. 2 years, of course, if you jump on the bench, someone told to over there, that boy there. If you jump on the bench, nicely break it, it will be 2 years. So here you are seeing that the life of a particular item becomes an estimation, and each person will make the estimation based on personal judgment. In my accounts, when I am recording my building, for how many years will I record the building? 50 years. Somebody else might say 60 years. Somebody else might say 70 years. There are certain items in accounts which are not recorded on the basis of actual numbers, but are recorded on the basis of estimated numbers. These estimations may be based on personal judgment, and that becomes a limitation. Artha aita everybody, yes or no? May be biased means personal judgment could be involved. Write down. Last point. Can you please read on the board? There are different accounting policies for the same item, adding to the probability of manipulations. Example, valuation of inventory. Anybody has done valuation of inventory? We could have different methods for, listen, I'll give you time to write. We could have different methods for valuation of inventory. FIFO method, LIFO method, average method. Valuation of goodwill. Anybody has done? Which methods? Average profit method, super profit method, annualized annuity method, capitalization method. There are different policies, there are different methods for the same item which could lead to manipulation. Which method should the business choose? There is a selection, there is a particular method for selection of accounting policy. But what the business will do, whichever gives profit, they will select that particular method which could lead to manipulations. Artha aito? There are different accounting policies available, therefore that could lead to manipulations. Write down this. Okay, just to give a recap, what have we done in today's class? We started with your meaning of accounting, then we saw transactions and event, then you saw classification of transaction, cash and credit, and you also saw internal and external. After that you saw objectives, factors to differentiate between cash and credit, then objectives, functions, then you saw the accounting process,
bookkeeping and
accounting process, recording, classifying, summarizing, analysis, interpretation, communication. Then you saw bookkeeping, bookkeeping versus accounting, subfields in accounts, limitations of accounts, and users of accounts. All this, any doubt in what we have done? No, sir. Everybody comfortable? Okay. Then we come down to the last paragraph under unit 1. Write down role of a chartered accountant. Write down role of a chartered accountant in the society. Role of a chartered accountant in the society. Role of a chartered accountant in the society. Okay. Like I said, this is the last particular slide under unit 1. I used to do this slide only to inform students what work they are going to do once they become a chartered accountant. Example, if a student becomes a doctor, what work he can do? He's going to treat patients, of course, but he may give consultation in the department of cardiology. Cardiology means what? Heart related consultation. He may become a doctor in the department of he may become a surgeon. What is a surgeon? Who's going to carry on operations. He may become a neurologist. What is a neurologist? Related to the brain. He may become a dermatologist related to skin. So like this, a doctor can choose different departments of various services that he can give to the society. As a chartered accountant, can you tell me what work will you be doing towards the society? Don't tell I'll do honest work, I'll do true work. Tell me what kind of services will you give to the society? Think one by one. Let me see how many of you actually know what you will do when you become a CA. Audit, very nice. Someone said teaching also, very, very good. Please welcome to teaching. So, someone who said audit, what is audit? Audit, AUDIT. Under audit, wait, we'll come to it. First, let us finish audit. Okay. So, is successful CA will do GST filing, then virtual CFO, then income tax. Very good. Okay. So, various feature services he is giving. What is audit, sir? All you do is tick. You're going to go to the company, you're going to go to the particular business, and you're going to keep on ticking whether the accounts are correct or not. Yes or no? So audit is nothing but checking the accounts of a company. There could be two types of audit. Audit could be There could be two types of audit. Audit could be don't write down, I'll give you time to write down. Statutory audit or internal audit. What do you mean by the word statute? Have you heard of the word not statute? Statute. The word statute means law or any act. If any rule in India, if any act in India, if any law in India says that this company has to get audited, this business has to get audited, such an audit is called as what? Statutory audit. Example, Companies Act says every company should get its accounts audited by a chartered accountant. When I say every company, what does it mean? Public company? Yes or no? Yes, sir. Private company? Yes, sir. Government company? Yes, sir. Foreign company? Yes, sir. Every company should get its accounts audited by a chartered accountant. Arya wanted to start a business. Sampana wanted to start a business. She took 5 lakh loan from Dhanush sir. But because she was a student, she got busy in her education and she did not, continue the business. She started a particular company. She had 1 or 2 transactions and then she did not continue the business. Does that company have to get its accounts audited? Yes. Every company, whether it is working, whether it is not working, whether there is 1 transaction, whether there is 0 transactions in the company, once you create a company, accounts have to be audited by a chartered accountant. Chartered accountant, what they'll write in the balance sheet? What they'll write in the profit and loss account? Suppose there are no transactions itself. What will I write in the balance sheet? 0. And then I have to sign. Can I take fees? Yes. Chartered account in India, only chartered accountant can do audit. As per Companies Act, every company has to get its account audited by a CA. That becomes a statutory audit. But what if it is a partnership firm? What is a partnership firm? 2 or more persons coming together to carry on business is called as a partnership firm. For a partnership firm, is it compulsory to do audit? No, sir. Partnership Act does not say that it is compulsory to do audit. Partnership Act says only if your sales, only if your turnover is more than X amount, then you need to get it audited. X amount can be 2 crore, 3 crore, 4 crore, whatever the government decides. So only if your business is more than 2 crore, then you should do an audit. If it is less than 2 crore, do you need to do compulsory audit? No, sir. Statutory audit means what? Audit required as per statute. Audit required as per law. As per law, my partnership does not require audit. Should I do audit in my company? Should I do audit in my partnership firm? It is my choice. If I want to do audit, what is that audit called as? Internal audit. Internal audit means what? Audit is not required by law, but the management chooses to go for audit. That is called as internal audit. Everybody able to follow, yes or no? Yes or no? Yes, sir. Can a CA do stat audit? Yes. Can a CA do internal audit? Yes. Can anybody else do stat audit? No. Can anybody else do internal audit? Yes. Internal audit can be done by other professionals also, not necessary to be chartered accountant. Okay. Let's continue ahead. What else? What else services do we give? Sir was saying GST services and income tax services. Every business has to file GST returns every month. In that GST returns, they have to declare what goods they have purchased, what services they have purchased, what goods and services they have sold. They need to declare that every month. Do they know? Does the businessman know how to file GST returns? No. Who will file? Chartered accountants. Income tax return has to be filed every year. In the income tax return, you need to disclose whatever profit you have made, whatever incomes you have made during the year, and you need to pay tax during the year. Does a common man know how to file ITR, income tax return? No. A chartered accountant is going to avail, or a chartered accountant is going to provide these services. What else? Mergers and acquisitions, very good. One of the high generating revenue areas for a chartered accountant. Company A is there and company B is there. Both want to merge with each other. Or company A wants to acquire company B. Who is going to decide the entire financial analysis over there? A chartered accountant is going to analyze these things. What else? Portfolio management. One of the things that you will automatically start when you become a CA. As soon as your relatives know that you're going to do CA, what they will call you for? They'll call and tell you. First of all, they'll tell you file my income tax return. What you should say? You should not say no. You should say give me fees. Correct. If you get fees, then you should file the return. Please don't do it for free. So other things that they can ask you is portfolio management. That is, they will say, I have 10 lakh rupees. Where should I invest? Can you tell me areas in which a common man can invest money? Where can you invest money? If you have some savings of 10 lakh rupees, where will you prefer to invest? Shares, gold, mutual funds, real estate, foreign currency, futures options, banks, PPF, all these things could be places where you could invest. Does a common man have knowledge about all these areas? No. Can a chartered accountant have knowledge of all these areas? Yes. You will help them or you will advise them where to invest money, how much money to invest in which particular area. Everyone able to follow? Okay. Your excuse me. Your relative comes to you and asks you for a particular suggestion. On the phone, what should you say? First of all, point number 1, you should say, I will check and get back to you. You should never give the consultation immediately on the call. Why? Beta, you people are chartered accountants. Example, I'm not exactly sure on the number, but you know, Income Tax Act says, if you stay in India for more than 182 days, then you will be called as a resident of India. Now, I'm exactly not sure whether it says more than 182 days or does it say more than 183 days. So 182 or 183, I don't remember. Or it says stay in India for at least 182 days. So is it 182 or is it 183 to become the resident? Now this suggestion when you are giving to your customer, will you directly give it on the phone? No. Take the question, keep the phone, go check the answer, then call back and give the answer. Artha aagta hai then? When you become CA, don't first itself give the answer on the phone. Always tell your client, what? I'll check and get back to you. Keep the phone, go check and get back. Unfortunately, this is not possible in exam. Exam, as soon as they ask the question, you have to answer there itself. You cannot say I'll check and get back to you. So that is where CA becomes a challenging course. I will talk about this in the further classes, don't worry. So I was saying, yeah, your customer asks you for a particular question, and then you should tell your customer, do you want my advice or do you want my consultation? Then he'll ask, what's the difference between advice or consultation? What you'll say, advice is free, consultation is charged. And what will the relative tell? Please give me advice. What will be your advice? What will be your advice? Very good. My advice to you is please take my consultation. That should be your answer. Okay, so what else consultation? What else services can you give to your clients? Chalo, read on the board one by one. Read the first one. Maintenance of books of accounts. Generally, for large business organizations like Reliance Industries or Infosys, a chartered accountant itself will be appointed for making the accounts. Of course, in small organizations, you don't need a chartered accountant. A bookkeeper can also maintain accounts. But in larger organizations, an accountant, a chartered accountant, will be appointed for maintenance of books of accounts. What do you mean by maintenance of books of accounts? Recording, classifying, summarizing. What else do we have? Internal audit, statutory audit. Do you understand what is internal audit? What is internal audit? Audit required by management. What is statutory audit? Audit required by statute, that means law. Then what do we have? Taxation services. Then what do we have? Accounting and consultancy services. Boss, what kind of consultancy service? Financial advice. What kind of advice? Where to invest money? What kind of insurance to take? Can I expand my business? Investigations in terms of fraud analysis, forensic audit are all areas of service for a chartered accountant. Other services, what are the other services? Secretarial work, company formation, share registration, liquidator, cost accountant. What do you mean by secretarial work? CS, what is the CS? Company secretary. Whatever work a company secretary does, can a CA also do? Yes, sir. Example, one of the works that a company secretary does is make the minutes of meeting of a board meeting. A company is supposed to have minimum 4 board meetings during the year. Whatever happens in that board meeting, they should make a record of all those items. The record of all those items is called as minutes of the meeting. Who prepares the minutes of a meeting? Company secretary. But can a CA also prepare these minutes? Yes, sir. Company formation, registration of the company is in fact the first work which a fresher chartered accountant does. Once you become a chartered accountant, how many of you planning to start practice? Practice means start your own firm. How many of you planning to go into employment? Employment means you will go and join a particular company. How many of you don't know what to do only after becoming CA? Very nice. Don't worry, we'll discuss about it during these 4 months. So if you are starting your own practice, one of the first work that you are going to do is company formation. Why? Because this person is starting a new company, he does not already have a chartered accountant. He approaches a fresher chartered accountant to register the particular company. Generally, it is done by a company secretary, but a CA can also do company registration, company incorporation. After that, we had share registration, share transfer from one person to another. Liquidator. What do you mean by liquidator? What is liquidation? Closing down the books of the company. Like you can be appointed as the person who is going to register, who is going to incorporate the company. In a similar way, you can also be appointed as the liquidator. What will the liquidator do? He will close the business. He will collect all the assets of the business. He will pay all the liabilities of the business. And then finally, whatever money is remaining, he will give it to the owners. That position is called as liquidator. Cost accountant. What is cost accounting? What is cost accounting? Finding out the cost of a particular product or service is called as cost accounting. Can you find out the cost of product or service? Yes. Generally done by a cost accountant, but can also be done by a CA. Otherwise, you could have a CA in industry. Like I said, you can go and take a particular job. CA in a public sector undertakings, example, he could be employed in a bank. CA in framing fiscal policies, deciding the financial laws for the country. Everybody able to follow role of chartered accountant? Yes or no, sir? Yes, sir. Pause. Now, this particular slide, like I said, I used to give it to the students saying that this is the last particular topic for this particular unit. And this is the kind of work that you are going to do when you become a CA. Can this come in the exam? Can this come in the exam? It came. It came 4 attempts back. Before that, I used to generally discuss this in the class. But then after that, even I realized that anything that is there in the syllabus can come in the exam. Anything that I'm discussing in the class can come in the exam. There is nothing called as important or not important. Artha aito? Please write down this. Hmm. Hmm. Sharp 12:30 want from the menu.
No, sir, no.
Can I go to the next slide? Write down. Hey, Google people, stop talking. Write down. Why? Where you want to go?
Sir, I have staying entrance.
Give me ID card. Why?
They are not given.
Where you stay? How many of you still writing? Right.
Policy.
The budget, all the financial decisions of the country. Budget could be the basic exam. Liquidator, meaning.
Okay. I'll just repeat doubts. Sir, CA in framing fiscal policies. What do you mean by fiscal policy? Financial policies of the country are called as fiscal policies. Example, making the budget of the country. Every year, a financial budget is announced somewhere in the month of February. To make that financial budget, a chartered accountant could provide services. Sir, could you repeat the meaning of liquidator? Liquidation means closing the business of a particular organization is called as liquidation. During liquidation, you could be appointed as a liquidator. You will try to close the business where you will collect all the assets, you will try to pay all the liabilities, and then the remaining money will be distributed to the owner. This position is called as liquidator. Any doubts before we go ahead? Yes or no, sir? No, sir. Okay. So with this, we complete chapter 1, unit 1, apart from giving you 2 paragraphs as homework. I wanted to read 2 paragraphs as homework. From where will you read, sir? Homework for today. I want you to read from ICAI study material. I don't want you to read this from Yeshas material. I want you to read this from ICAI study material. Paragraph number 1. Evolution of accounting. Paragraph number 2. Relation of accounts with other disciplines. Yes, dear? It's on the board. Don't worry. Relation of accounts with other disciplines. What do you mean by disciplines? Subjects. What are your other subjects in CA Foundation? Law, maths, stats, economics. What is the relation of accounts and law? What is the relation of accounts and economics? Accounts and statistics, accounts and maths. I want you to read these 2 paragraphs as homework. From where will you read? ICI study material. How many of you have registered with ICI as a student? Once you register with ICI as a student, you get a SRO number. If you have registered in South, you get a SRO number. In the North, you get NRO. How many of you have not registered? Those of you who have not registered, listen carefully. If you want to write the exam in September, the last day for registration is April 30th. Please make sure to register within April 20th or 25th. Don't take it to the last 30th. If you don't register within April, you cannot write the exam in September. Automatically, you have to write in January. Don't push 4 months for your career. Don't delay. Make sure you register within April 30th. Agree, yes or no? Agree, yes or no? Yes, sir. Chalo, relax for 30 seconds and then we go ahead. Okay, it's 12:40. I give a break for 5 minutes. We continue at 12:45. Then we'll continue till about 1:15, 1:20 class today. That's it. Take a 5-minute relaxer. You want to go out and come back within 5 minutes. Online students back to class. Online students present, yes or no, sir? Online, I got only one response. What about the rest of you? Okay. Chalo. Settle down. Settle down. Let us go ahead. Okay. Anyone yet to come? Okay. So we've completed chapter 1, unit 1, which was meaning and scope of accounting. I'm not starting a new chapter today, but I'll just give you few basic points to be known. If you don't know what I'm discussing now, it is impossible to do accounts. Please concentrate what we're going to discuss for the next 20 minutes or so. I'll start the discussion today and we'll of course continue in tomorrow's class. But very important that you understand what I'm discussing for the next few minutes. Everybody in class? Yes, sir. Once again, everybody in class? Yes. Thank you. In class, clap once. That once should come only once. I heard multiple claps. Can you clap once? Very good. Okay. Write down heading. You can continue under the same chapter, the heading, no problem. Write down classification of accounts. Classification of accounts. Classification of accounts. Below that, point number 1, traditional approach. Below that, point number 1, traditional approach. Classification of accounts, we are going first with the traditional approach. Anybody knows, as per the traditional approach, how many categories of classification do we have? Okay, you can write down below this 2 categories. Write down 2 categories. We have impersonal accounts, and personal accounts. Impersonal accounts and personal accounts. Impersonal accounts are further divided into 2 categories. Can anybody name them? Real account and nominal account. Below impersonal account, you can write down real accounts and nominal accounts. Real accounts and nominal accounts. Under personal accounts, we have 3 subclassifications or 3 subcategories. Under personal accounts, we have 3 subcategories. Natural person, natural personal account, artificial personal account, representative personal account. First, in the traditional approach, we have 2 categories: personal accounts, impersonal accounts. Impersonal accounts are further subclassified into real and nominal. Personal accounts are further subclassified into natural person, artificial person, representative person. Can we go ahead? Below that, write down point number A. Real accounts. Real accounts. Can anyone tell me what comes under the category of real account? What account, what name will be classified, what items will be classified as a real account? All assets. Very good. Write down all assets of the organization. Meaning of the word asset, I'll discuss in tomorrow's class. All assets of the organization come under the category of real account. Example: cash, building, machinery, patent, etc. Whatever examples you gave, you can write down. What is a patent? It's an intangible asset. I'll explain meaning of patent under chapter 6. Do not worry. Below that, point number B. Which is the second category? Nominal accounts. What items can be classified as a nominal account? All expenses and incomes. All expenses and incomes along with losses and gains. All expenses and incomes along with losses and gains. Can you give me an example for expenses? Rent, electricity, salary, wages, royalty, telephone charges, transportation charges, etc. Royalty, not loyalty, royalty. All these are expenses. Can you give me an example for income? Interest, commission, sales. So you could also say sales, purchases. Can you give me an example for a loss? Loss by fire, loss by theft. I heard depreciation for an expense, possible. Depreciation. Bad debts. What is bad debts? Unrecoverable debts. Such big words you use. I'll explain what is bad debts when time comes. Gains. What can you say?
The sale of a machine.
On sale of fixed asset. Profit on sale of fixed assets, etc. All these items may be new for some students. Loss by fire, depreciation, bad debts, profit on sale of fixed asset. All these items we will discuss further under chapter 7. What is royalty? Amount paid to use somebody else's asset is called as royalty. I'll make you write royalty definition when required. Artha aaytu till here, everybody? All income, all expenses will come under the category of nominal account. Please understand here what is our purpose. We are not trying to understand what do you mean by depreciation, what do you mean by bad debts, what do you mean by royalty. What we are understanding here, what are nominal accounts. What are nominal accounts? All incomes, all expenses come under the category of nominal accounts. Everybody good to go? First, in the traditional approach, what is the first bifurcation? Impersonal and personal accounts. Impersonal accounts, first one, a real account, which real accounts involves what? All the assets of the organization. Then you have nominal accounts, which involves what? All the incomes, expenses, losses, and gains of a particular business. Artha aita? Point number C. What is the next category of account that we have? Point number C. Natural person account. Relates to what? Relates to accounts of human beings. Relates to accounts of human beings. Human beings, which account do we record, sir? Do we record any human being account? Yes. I gave you an example. Purchase of goods from Mr. Arjun. Who we will record in our accounts? Arjun is your supplier. Arjun becomes a natural person account. Sale of goods to Miss Ruth. Ruth becomes a natural person account. Account of human beings are called as natural person account. Everybody able to follow? Example, Ronak account, Yash account, Dhanush account, etc. Point number D, what do we have? Artificial person account. Artificial personal account. When I say natural person, whom did I indicate towards? Natural human beings. When I say artificial person, whom am I indicating towards? Persons who have been artificially created. Artificially created by whom? By law. Write down. Relates to accounts. Relates to accounts of artificial persons. Relates to accounts of artificial persons who have been created by law. Relates to accounts of artificial persons who have been created by law. Can you give me an example of an artificial person created by law? Any company, Reliance Limited, has it taken birth naturally? No, but it was registered by law and law gave it existence that becomes an artificial company. So you could say Reliance Limited, any bank account, ABC Private Limited, a club, a school, etc. All these are artificial persons which have been created by law. Next, what do we have? Point number E. Representative personal account. Representative person account. Who can tell me what are representative persons accounts? Think for 10 seconds, frame the answer, then try to tell. Natural person accounts of persons of natural human beings. Artificial person, accounts of persons who have been artificially created by law. Representative person. Okay, no. Riddhi? Yeah, no problem. Okay. Okay. No. Ronak? Don't know. Somebody? Yes, beta. What's your name? Neha? No problem.
Person is name given to a group of creditors.
Okay. Riddhi, you repeat your answer. Whatever you said, just repeat once. She's saying a group of person, creditor, debtor. So now, what is a creditor? I have not explained to you this meaning yet. But if I say I purchased goods from Arjun, Arjun is called as what? Arjun is called as your supplier. We have to pay money to Arjun. He can also be called as a creditor. On the other hand, if I sell goods to Manoj, Manoj will be called as what? Manoj is called as your customer. You have to receive money from your customer. Manoj is called as a debtor. Please understand these two words, especially students from science background. Debtor means a person who has to pay money to the business. You have to receive money from that person. Is generally your customer. Creditor is the person to whom you have to pay money, generally the supplier. Everybody able to follow, yes or no? Now you have learned the classification of accounts. Tell me, debtor, creditor will come under which category? Creditor comes under which category? There is no liability account. There is only real account, nominal account, personal account. So creditor, debtor will come under personal account. Agree, yes or no? Accounts of persons, accounts of natural person. So debtor, creditor is a natural person. Repeat your what point you said. Yours was actually right. Yeah. Repeat your point. Okay, gone in the right direction but not reached destination. Anybody here can tell me what is representative person account? Okay, write down. Accounts which are not accounts which are not directly accounts which are not directly in the name of a person, accounts which are not directly in the name of a person but indirectly but indirectly represent a person. They are not directly in the name of a person, but they indirectly represent a person. Example, capital account. Capital account represents whom? Owner. But is it in the name of the owner? No, sir. It becomes a representative personal account. You're trying to represent not the business, but that particular person. You're not representing the business, but you're only representing the owner. That is called as capital account. Try to think and tell me other examples for representative personal account. I could say drawings. What do you mean by drawings? Personal transaction of the owner which is not related to the business is called as drawings. I'll have a deeper discussion about drawings in tomorrow's class. Drawings again is not in the name of the owner, but it indirectly represents the owner. Also, I could say outstanding expense, outstanding salary, outstanding rent, outstanding wages. Any expense which is not paid is called as outstanding expense. Outstanding salary indirectly represents the employee. Outstanding rent indirectly represents the landlord. It is not in the name of the person, but it indirectly represents a person. Such accounts are called as representative personal accounts. Everybody comfortable, yes or no? Don't worry, what is capital, what is drawings, what is outstanding expense, what is depreciation, what is bad debts. Each of these accounts we'll discuss in detail shortly. Comfortable till here? Okay. What did I do here? What did I do here? I did the classification of accounts as per the traditional approach. One student who can think and tell me why we did this classification. हाँ कौन बोल रहा है? Some new student spoke. New student spoke. Some girl from that side. It's okay. Anybody tell me? Okay.
For recording journal.
For recording journal entries. Okay. Can you elaborate? In your journal, you need to decide one account to be debited and one account to be credited. To understand which account to debit or which account to credit, we did the classification. Based on the classification, now below that you will write down rules for accounting. Based on the classification, we have the rules for accounting. Below that, you will draw 3 columns. Particulars, debit, credit. Based on the classification, we will have certain rules for accounting. What are real accounts? What is debit? What is credit? Don't worry, I will discuss, especially for science students. I'm saying some words will be new for you in the first 2-3 days. Do not worry, we'll discuss in detail. When I'm recording a particular item in my accounts, there will be one item which is going to be debited and there is one item which is going to be credited. What is the rule for debiting a real account? What kind of accounts are real accounts? Real accounts are all assets. What is the rule for all asset? Debit what comes in. Whenever any asset comes in, you're going to debit the asset. Credit what goes out. Debit what comes in. Credit what goes out. Please close the door. Kalla people are talking to some Kali people in this class. Why men? Whom you're talking to? Uncle. Don't have setting with uncle, auntie. Okay. Real accounts, debit what comes in, credit what goes out. Point number B. Nominal accounts. Nominal accounts. Debit all expenses and losses. Credit all incomes and gains. What is the third one that we have? Personal accounts. For all personal accounts, same rule. Natural person, artificial person, representative person, same rule. Debit the receiver, credit the giver. Debit the receiver, credit the giver. First in the, why did I do the classification? so that I can decide which account to debit and which account to credit. If I do debit credit correctly, that means what is correct? My journal entry is correct. If my journal is correct, that means what is correct? Ledger should automatically be correct. If my ledger is right, then what do we have? Trial balance. White shirt boy, get up. You only, white shirt boy. Come to the front bench. We are doing classification of accounts so that or which account to credit. If I do debit credit correctly, automatically my journal is correct. If my journal is correct, automatically my ledger is correct. If my ledger is correct, automatically my trial balance should also be right. Based on the trial balance, I should prepare my financial statements. Agree, yes or no? Let us try to once again remember what are these rules to do a debit or a credit. If it's a real account, debit, everybody, debit, what comes in, credit, what goes out. Nominal account, debit, credit, personal account, debit, credit. Everybody clear? I'll ask you any random rule, you should be able to tell me. Tell me nominal account credit. Tell me real account debit. Tell me nominal account debit. Personal account credit. Able to follow these rules, everybody, yes or no? You know these rules by now, everybody, yes or no? From tomorrow onwards, what will we do? We will not follow these rules. We will not follow, I do not follow these rules for accounting. I use a completely different set of rules. This set of rules is very confusing. I will show you how it is confusing. As a student, I know in your 11th standard you are used to it, you have by hearted it, and it is in your nature to use these rules. But I will show you tomorrow areas where these rules become confusing and you may get the wrong answer. So I am not going to follow these rules for debit credit. Then what rules will I follow? So below that, you can give a heading. Point number two. Point number two. Modern approach. As per the traditional approach, how many classification we saw? Two classification, which further got classified into real, nominal, and personal. Under the modern approach, what is the classification that we have? We have 5 categories. Write down first one, assets, liabilities, capital, income, in bracket revenue, and expenses. As per traditional approach, what we have: real account, nominal account, personal account. Under the modern classification, we have 5 categories: asset, liability, capital, income, and expense. Able to follow what we have discussed today? Yes, sir. These 5 categories of accounts will be what I'm going to start in tomorrow morning's class. We're going to stop over here. Please understand tomorrow morning, listen carefully. As soon as we start class at 7:30, I will be starting with what is asset, what is liability. Do not miss class. Do not come even 5 or 10 minutes late, because I'm starting with what is asset, what is liability. In PUC, they don't teach you what is an asset. You automatically by heart that these items come under the category of asset. They would have not explained to you the meaning of the word asset. So do not miss tomorrow's class. I mean, of course, do not miss, but more importantly, come on time so that we can start this discussion. Shall we stop here, everyone? Chalo. I'll see you all in tomorrow's class. Till then, take care. Thank you. Wait a minute. I've just stopped the recording. Okay. For the online students, we are done. I'll see you all in tomorrow's class. Thank you.